for the PRX train. The question is, where does the train stop, if it stops at all?
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum, and now they're practically at terminal velocity. I don't think the hype behind this team could get any bigger. They're pushing to get back to that final, get revenge against Gen G, and of course, take that crown.
Definitely. That crown is up for grabs, of course, with our three
Backstab
teams
is crazy to
that
say,
are going over
Holy.
to Masters Toronto and Gen
I don't think that's how it works.
PaperX. And for our lower final, RRQ and PaperX, again, the very best from Southeast Asia
Why
here.
today?
And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the...
Wait, is that... Oh, really? Is that why you guys call him Monkey?
There's so much speed, guys. Insane.
Oh.
No, they were just talking to each other on the couch. What happened backstage? It's all jokes.
Actually, as they walked away, I did
What
see
happened?
them
What
exchange
happened?
some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a
What
scuffle in
happened?
the hallway.
Bitch! I looked at chat, god damn it!
But
Wait, no, this is why we need YouTube, bro. This is why.
The fracture map
Can't replay it on freaking...
for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ.
Oh, what happened? What did I miss? Why are you guys reacting like that? God damn it.
I did see
What happened?
Which
very
one?
exciting to see. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see.
Oh, they don't freeze bomb?
There's so much speed, guys. Insane.
Lol.
No.
Damn it, I thought they fist fought or something!
This is a map that they have shown that
Holy!
they like, so I don't think that you worry.
I'm laughing at this just because
I wonder if they
I
ever
think I would
cleared
be
up that
happy with
trauma
any
though.
income, any income. Well, yes, I would, but any output rather of this results, it's getting
Trauma
too real on
farming,
my
bro.
end, right? But I think this really doesn't explain like just how close
That's
the
the
series
bias.
can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for like such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum, and that's undeniable, and I've given them that respect.
We
give
do
them at
have
least
full
2 maps in
momentum.
this series
We
if
have been
RRQ
winning
takes
ever
it.
since
I think it'll
DFM.
be a
I don't know what
3-2.
has
I
been
think it should
going
be
on,
a
but
pretty
it's been
tight
going
game.
great.
It's up to RRQ to show up to it, because PRX is definitely going to show up
Are you?
today.
Yes,
They're in
I am.
fantastic form. They're riding that momentum wave, so it's going to be up to whether RRQ
You know what,
can
I'm
kind
curious.
of steady
How long have I been
themselves
with
in the rocky
PRX?
waters.
Yeah, I've just been.
I would ask you guys if any of you know, but that's crazy to ask you guys, no?
Momentum, and they beat DRX pretty
Let me go
handily.
stop
the hero
myself. I don't
thing
post on
again?
Twitter, so it's easy to
Is it
stop.
the protagonist thing again?
That's what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonist in Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday. I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today and get rolled over by PRX. They want to show that that was just an off day.
Yeah, it is good
they
afternoon.
Are here
It's
to
not even
play
good
in the lower
morning,
final.
dude.
They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much it meant to them. Looking at the agent comps here, though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time, though, PRX going to be aware of what went wrong in that game and hopefully
been
play
like
this
3
comp
years.
a little bit better into the Vice comp that RRQ will be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely.
My
I feel like you learn
anniversary
a lot more from your losses
with
than your
PaperX
wins. So that
would be
first
in
game where we saw
February.
something on the Brimstone. Of course, he didn't have a good time, but he bounced back strong. And
I
do
asked
think
for
they're
9 more
familiar enough with
cats,
double duelists to know how to counter
which I did
RRQ
not
has.
I
get.
think Cushy's going to have a little bit of an
After
easier
3
time
years, they
breaking the
still did
KJ
not give me
utility, but
9
it is worth
cats.
mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side
Damn.
of T1 against the way that PRX were playing. They want to play that contact pop style. I don't know if you're going to be seeing Monyet picking up an op, to be honest. He
Mother's
was
Day.
absolutely
What?
sending it on the rifle, getting very aggressive.
Wait, don't scare me, dude. Is it Mother's Day?
Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op chops that someone like Buzz will have on T1 with on the Neon Fracture.
Well, maybe he'll get a little braver against
What?
a former team, right? I mean, who
Really?
knows?
Oh my God.
The aura
Wait,
definitely
tomorrow's
changes
Mother's
when it's
Day.
against friends, when it's against people
I knew
that
that.
you know like the back of your hand, and of
Oh,
course
shit.
with RQ and PaperX, it's exactly that. So let's get
Oh,
started
shit.
and move over to Fracture and set it over to your casters, Quack
Oh,
and
shit.
Komodo.
Uh-oh, what you guys gonna do with your mom?
Thank you.
I know what I'm
You
gonna
heard it
do.
right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky, and they are absolutely right. In Southeast Asia, every road, every track
Yeah, I thought it was
does
today
kind
as
of
well.
lead up to
Who the hell said
PaperX.
today?
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some derailment come in towards today's games from RRQ? If you do think about it as well, it is technically still
Another
a battle
business
of the
flight now. We're
Rexes
not flying
in this
anywhere
one.
anytime
Rex,
soon.
Rex, Regan,
I am
Theon
done
will
with flying.
follow on with that one, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one, but you also do just have to
Thank
remember
you,
the
Obla.
pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see who is going to get a battle against Gen G to potentially take the Pacific Trophy.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're just thinking about...
Are you coming to Toronto? I'm not sure.
So we'll see.
I don't know. I can only
How
tell
things
you guys
are going
once
to
the dates are
start
closed.
here
And I usually, if
on
I
map
am
one
going,
in this best of
it'll
5,
be
PRX
near
opting to
finals, I
start
think.
on the
I'll let you guys know if I am.
side here. And it is good to see as
I don't know
well,
what's
you
the plan.
a bit of a bounce back for somebody like Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just
Thanks
to get
for
an
my
idea.
eyeballs.
Will march on.
Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A big amount of players though here for RRQ.
Like, thank you for the 2
challenging.
months.
Straight up sliding out though, but Divine gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now.
Waiting
Lot
for
of
my
damage delivered, though.
chicken.
Something low. Crazy guy gone.
Oh!
Divine as well. Look at this. He's just already out for the game. He's
Dude!
on for the ace here.
And that's just
The
a bit
first
of
round,
temperament
bro.
coming through as well. But Xfero up from the back will be able to land at least the first shot still though. With a full fire team in front inside of A main, it's not gonna be easy. Certainly
God
as soon as he peeks out,
damn!
it's the ace for Defy.
Bro!
Just to kick things
Good
off.
morning!
Well, if
Well,
you
it's
want
4
to get
PM,
a
but you
good
know what I
start
mean.
coming in towards a map like this,
Okay.
where historically you've had some
We just
fumbles,
started.
right?
What
To
the
highlight the old Arcros
Nice.
flash that we've seen.
My
be,
God, we gotta
bit of
keep
a
the momentum
problem,
rolling, no?
but
Kill Toronto.
Switching things up, Devi out for the Sheriff, Ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence. Definitely agree with what the Deskers were saying a little bit
my
earlier as well,
days,
where
what did he
RRQ
eat?
are most likely going to be playing quite differently to the
Flexing my
likes of
arms.
T1 that absolutely smashed PaperX on this map.
You would imagine, hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not
my
really
nose
inspire
is
you with
dribbling.
much confidence.
Dribble,
but at the same
dribble.
time, though, PaperX with the buys up now into the B site.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. And again, you're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can come out with
What the fuck?
by carrying on with a pistol, though.
Starts off with at least one, but taking a look at the positions as well, you got tower control as well as tree.
Today.
A little trade over with Patman kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good idea
Or
of
gonna
where
move you guys.
RRQ are, and they're keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from Something.
Yep. Big jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes, then you can just hopefully have some
Only
yeehaw
today's
action, get your
finals when we
shots
do
out.
this.
Meanwhile, though,
We do it like this.
PaperX already spotting out kind of what they need in this game here, Quack.
Yeah, full and full. Just trying to make it as clean as possible. Not
Right.
losing this Guardian at
If
all. Not
only
missing
today
a single
is
beat.
finals.
First round started with an ace.
It'll be
The
great.
second round ends
We're
with a
doing
quad
like this,
from
but
Forsaken.
then again, it'll be a different
Yeah,
opponent,
everybody
so I
kind
don't know.
of, you know, we want to see them all
God
firing on all
damn.
cylinders, right? We want to make
5K,
sure that there's no
4K.
slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right? On
My
PaperX
nose
that
is
they've got a
dribbling,
couple
bro.
of their key members
I know
out of
dribbling
the
is like,
gates
you know, the
already. This
ball,
is the time where we'll
but I mean it in a
flip
way
on
where
over
my nose
towards
is...
RRQ, get their first gun round
You know what I
out
mean?
as well,
Okay.
where you'll start to have to consider too a map like Fracture and the ace for Devi, right?
Is it possible
How are you
that
gonna start to
Tens could
counter a
join
lockdown when that
PaperX?
comes? Yeah, maybe.
Well, if...
Possibly
I
this
don't
round, who
know
knows?
how much
Straight away
Tens
from
would
it there.
be.
Especially when you're starting on a defense.
Like,
as
how
well.
do I say this to you
Currently,
guys?
though, it's just
Tens
Xfero
will
on the B
be
side.
really
Yeah, they've read this
expensive.
one quite nicely, PaperX.
If you know
An
what I
idea
mean,
that
like,
when you're in
he
towards
would
tower,
be-
you're not seeing him there. You just put
I
some
don't know,
focal point
man.
in towards A main as well, where Devi's
So unless you guys maybe chip in
turret retrieved though.
for
There's an
PaperX to
opportunity
sign him,
here
you know?
for RRQ to get this flank happening, but Xero's already lost his life.
Alarm bot as well, and you're not seeing too much action closer towards Cantina or anything
Yeah,
like that.
I don't
so
know, man.
Enough information for PaperX to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are like locked out of the
True.
site at the moment.
I don't know.
Just kind of holding off of it.
But
Something's
he
already
would
spent
be
all
really
of his
expensive.
smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now Something still marking every exit. Out from tunnel, out from the back of bench. He finds the double. Just tree left, and PaperX soon enough with all the information, with all the
Welcome back.
numbers,
Can I
there's
even
no
say
chance of
welcome back
RQ
PaperX
retaking.
anymore?
Not
If
at all
they've
in
been
this
doing this
scenario.
for the past
You
few
want to see
games,
if they
I
can
don't
just
even
hold
know.
on their guns, don't you?
Okay, hey,
Chip at the end, Crazy guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the PaperX members, they're not going to
What?
be in for a defuse in this round.
Okay,
So
you know what? We
PaperX
won the
will
round.
claim the
No,
bonus
no,
here.
we won the
That's
round.
it.
We
With all
won the
those kills
round.
getting picked up as well, Komodo.
What
You've
the
got
hell?
Jemkin now 3
It's okay,
points away
we-
from the
we
orbital
won
strike.
the
Crazy
round,
Guy
bro.
2
What
away
the
from
hell?
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do
3-0.
like the initiative from Something taking this
3-0.
bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy
What
in
the
that
hell?
moment in time. Bailed out by
I
the
am
boom
calm.
bot coming his
You
way.
calm down.
Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. had that not happened, maybe we see a world where he dispatches to something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have a little bit more awareness for Xfero. He wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is very familiar with, though. So Forsaken as well, they've marked it.
Yeah, generally you'll see a raise satchel up on top of that and try to peek over the smoke, right? We've seen some players already having some success, some non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty, and well, we'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least kind of position themselves around spawn, around Canteen, look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Still though, it's going to be the fights that pop off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just Crazy Guy left with the classic, possibly to dive at a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to.
I'm pretty sure there's still people that use Sage, but
maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to, you know, somebody on PRX getting his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of an investment or so. But the way things are going at the moment for PRX, quite swimmingly, right? 4 rounds in a row. Very stark difference to how RRQ started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season.
They're giving us an early day, bro. So I can catch up with my losses.
Toronto.
I gotta win 11 games in a row.
DRX scrape by on.
They're just trying to give us an early
out
day.
and then ultimately losing against PRX as well, right? They bow out, not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ,
one
though,
strand of hair
everyone kind of delivering
tickling my eyebrows.
A slower start for
I don't know
on
which
that
strand of hair that is. Oh, the girl
ultimately,
behind is so pretty.
It's a very slow start for all of RRQ
so
at the
itchy.
moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through from PRX. W Gaming at its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned, and that's exactly what the Death was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning that you learn the most from your losses, and I think the one against T1 definitely felt quite a bit for PRX, so you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for PRX, right? The fact that they're changing up their agents midway through the season, Genji and Boom, they are playing on the Teo Vice, things aren't working well for them, they swap it over for the comp against T1, write that one off in the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right?
I think
we've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think the Monyet's going to be bringing out the
I've
operator.
got in a day, and I lost like everything.
See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah,
don't remind me though.
Currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just watching for info lines around A main.
Okay, we'll catch back our losses today. It's fine.
You already have good progression.
Even if it's not fine, what can I do? Cry about it?
I will. Has to be respected here because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's right. Good timing on the Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off over from drop, but the headshot angle favors Cushy instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. Maybe a bit more presence, might be able to catch a player off guard or two.
This is going to be super slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have to take
Next
his time.
TikTok, just kidding, I'll never do that.
Push up a little bit more, buy more
I'm scared of people on TikTok.
Just that. Monyet then pops off, finds another shot. Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing.
1v3, if you win this, I'll give you $50,000 USD right now.
1v3, he dives straight into it, but the forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah,
I only make bets that I know I can win.
But when you start to get in, kills start to be collected from RRQ, quite patient on the retake as well. It's good to see that they are on the board.
Weekend, by the way.
On the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ, holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
You gotta reckon it works out well you know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of scenario too, you can rely on these ultimates on this defensive side. When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the four corners of the map. I say generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if PRX are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
You would generally see, you know, Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the showstopper if you want to get real excited.
Right. Just let PRX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from PRX, recognizing that the Armageddon is in effect. As soon as they see the the fault line, they know that that ult's coming.
And that's now been completely baited out.
Yeah.
The only other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ realizing that they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're going together as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Yesterday was pretty bad for the outs, no?
PRX does need to find a little bit more, an extra kill or two before the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's holding up into this position. The pink shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space. RRQ, though, will be having to push out. Flushed out of position, that said. And it's going to hurt them
That's young humans' reaction time, dude.
Yet finding a frag
Oh
with the
my!
but at this range, it just does not favor
Another
him.
ace?
Forsaken slithers through.
What the hell is going on with them today?
At the moment, but I don't think Gem can.
In the best way possible, I mean.
Opportunity for this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
Okay, who jinxed him?
Round two. He was looking for it at the end, but you know, Jemkin's still able to hold his ground.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round as well. That is a really great information play to come out from PRX. We already highlighted the utility early on in the round that they get through, and then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave RRQ an opportunity to go in for a proper retake,
I just said
a little bit different when you consider the orbital strikers in play
Jinx,
too, so
why?
they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information.
I don't remember saying anything at all.
Another similar scenario for RRQ where they're just
go get him, Jinx. I did not say that.
You may see one yet on the overdrive if you can get set up nicely.
Did I?
I reckon overdrive coupled with steel guard.
Holy, I'm getting old. What the hell is happening to me?
Potentially. Kind of feels like the onus is on RRQ though to have a individual moment, right, to propel the team a little bit more forward. Time and time again, we have seen some teams really turn on that switch after you get one crazy round come through.
You really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them.
Oh my god, this guy.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one towards main, baiting out a couple of shots as well, but with that not being seen just yet, the team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Cushy at this A site where the rotations do start to come from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through, Jin already diving up towards the top of heaven, and it's some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head I'm on yet. 30 seconds to go though.
Hell, bro.
Oh. And the spike getting planted soon enough. Rolling Thunder ripped off, orbital strike as well, and that
I will say this, I think we're
Angle still being held though. Fast lane's up. It kind of
watching the OP PRX in a way, no? Where we play for fun. I don't know if you guys see what I see, but we're playing without pressure. And this is how we used to play. Like, we play like we're playing ranked. I don't know if you can tell, but we're back.
They do weather it in the end.
Oh, we're back.
Like,
this is how we used to play. We play like we don't give a fuck. We're doing it again. Look at it.
Yeah, the investment of the overdrive.
Yeah, that's why I don't know.
But
this is how they are when they have no pressure on them, you know.
The way that he is going at the
but then pressure is not something you can be like, I just don't care about it. Of course they will. They will 100% care about it. It's gonna affect them. Like, we wish they can always play like they don't care, but that's not how life works, right?
This was just
but it's nice to see this again.
Initial tactical timeout being called.
I'm back.
It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the
Imagine if
water,
I say that and we start losing right now.
Kind of going
I might
awry.
cry.
Well, that's it, isn't it, right? You think about this best of 5 veto, the Lotus respect ban, it makes sense. Haven being banned by by PRX, sorry. Yeah, that also makes sense.
Who is
They've been
that girl?
hammering that for quite a little bit. So you consider what map do they think that they can trip up PRX on, right? What have they been practicing in the last week, sitting back, getting ready, last night as well?
Ran a similar comp to T1.
Yeah, for sure. To see what weaknesses PRX would have. And so far, any anti-stratting on this defensive side with the A main skirmishes is not worked out.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you for the 14 months.
Has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini.
He's 15-4. What the hell?
Coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
PRX though. Not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through, and they've spotted out Jenkin up at the top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he
prediction
uses
3-0, bro.
Forsaken has slipped underneath
finals.
to try to bull,
and then finals might be a little bit.
Away. Comes back through with Jing as some assistance, but then the kills. Monyet and Cushy able to fire back until the exchange comes through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially won by.
Are you going to Toronto?
Arcade. Now you can settle down for a little bit, see what Devi might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys.
Only for PRX game.
Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xpharaoh potentially do?
Wait, how would you know? Wait.
They start to pivot towards
No, never mind. The schedule isn't out, no.
Which, by the radar,
can't be. I don't think EME is done.
So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or
yeah,
might even have to
I think EME for RRQ might be a little bit behind.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase.
First 2 days.
When they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Devi can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here.
At times like this, I would say I feel bad for RRQ, but I really don't, because all of us, we are all going to Toronto together, so it'll be fine.
So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Seal Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for
not you guys.
Ability is going to have
unless
to be
you want to
in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monyet
RRQ, yes, RRQ has already qualified for Toronto.
Guns in half.
Genji as well. PRX as well.
Have a round.
So these are the top 3s.
Just really liking the adjustments.
I'm not. You know what? Never mind.
The duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
I'm not sure if I'm going.
How they were so incredibly
It depends if they have anything for us to do there.
Angle as well, just spotted out Jenkin by the top of his
on Riot side.
And then this, the push down into tunnel.
Cappuccino.
It's good confidence at the moment for PRX, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter. 16 kills in there. You almost forget that Patman's on 0 still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He pointed it out. I didn't want to say anything, but he said it anyways.
Like what Pilsky was talking about, but
hey! This game is not about KDA, man. What the hell? Chill.
PRX once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment. Try and see what you can get in. Looking the angles.
Oh, wow, he's stunned up, bro.
Finds Forsaken. That's the shutdown that you needed to see from RRQ.
Unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around the back of Arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed down the smokes, and then Devi, to get some good awareness going on, checks out his 6.
Got to start to shovel some coal back in towards the seam train here for PRX.
And need quite a bit more, though. Could go for a possible rotation off to the A site, but with that flash over, it kind of stops things once again.
And Cushy pushing through main.
I thought this was going to be a very fast first game.
In the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1.
Still could be.
Play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though the navigation that he's going at the moment.
A chicken.
Right. Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet planted. Crazy Guy beginning to think. He turns back
around
and
here.
Finds
Oh my god, my chicken's outside.
Headshot to his
I'll go
face.
get it after this.
Salvo is available for Cushy.
Might be able to
flush him out.
Afford some positioning.
1v2. $5 million to Patman.
Well.
He wins this somehow.
Goes in for the fault line and kind of isolates.
Not that I had $5 million anyway.
Out from the wayside.
Yeah, nice try there. You know where Kushi's coming from the direction of
I don't
the
have it
salvos,
anyways.
You gotta have an idea that Jemkin may very well be with him.
Bro.
Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, it's what you need in that scenario.
What's
That's why I'm talking about. Don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look
what the hell is
very
this?
doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
I don't think PRX has gone against RRQ that much.
Sometimes. You've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man, stuns in this game are cosmetic.
You're so rich, giving 5 million away for a clutch. Yeah.
Can start to get a couple more on
What can I say? I'm rolling in money.
As well.
Oh, but we do have a huge dive out from Monyet.
I don't have $5 million. I'm just kidding.
Good flash actually in return from PRX.
If I had 5 million,
allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset.
I would get one more cat.
Versus 4 advantage. You've removed.
I think I can raise 3 kids on my own.
You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes.
Already raising 2 anyways, so just one more cat.
Here for the team.
I think it's doable.
You know that RRQ are gonna have to go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control.
Right now with 2 cats, I'm
dying. Have a
dying.
bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why.
Drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
Yes, for the prime, thank you Anonymous for the gifted sub.
RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead.
I've heard it before, but not all the time.
More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too,
like
so
Anonymous.
he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, PRX going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Spike planted.
Spike down. You got smokes up towards the side as well, just to attempt at keeping PRX pinned down.
Got to see a fault line salvos combo if Kushi survived, but he's down.
Yeah, out from the flank, and that's exactly what PRX are so good at right now, being very fully aware of every possible entrance coming over.
They've called the save again. They just do not have the resources to go in for the retake at the moment. This is looking pretty grim for RRQ, essentially on the back of Monyet falling, right? You got a 5 versus 4 where you've conceded control of the A site in its entirety, looking north side. And PRX just get into the site, get the plant down. Very minimal utility from there on out to kind of just save
It'll be a fast game though.
Retake from RRQ.
I think.
You really feel for RRQ in this
At
moment
least for the first game.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time,
like
no numbers, no reads.
Just no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right?
There's something about
the reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there.
Fracture.
On those early engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international.
I know this was
still
best of 5.
A lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Gen.G yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired. This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if PRX wants it back, they'd have to invest a couple of resources to get in here.
PRX switching up the pace as well.
Tight angle. Will Devi expect Kushi to be here? Just seeing if the jacket would poke out.
Oh, wait.
But now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. Enough time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A side you might expect. But this is a new look to PRX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman, Jing, both one away from an ultimate 2. They can pick up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description, but that's it, Komodo. Decent reads or reactions from RQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
He's going to have to come up huge with the goods, though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until the stampede just doesn't stop.
I think the trophy will.
Now it's Jemkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4
last time that we won a trophy was the plate.
Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
You call it a trophy, but I think it might be a plate.
Noting these positions, noting every resource that they have are just comfortably sitting down in the pool while RQ attempts to make a splash.
Yeah,
still
I
a
mean,
plate.
so far in the history of this map for PRX, you know,
It was a pretty
getting
big
smacked by
plate, though.
T1,
Don't
really
underestimate the
figuring
plate.
things out, against
It
Boom,
might be
and now
a
you're
plate,
feeling
but it's
astronomically
huge.
more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well.
The other
Definitely
plate.
a change of look for
I don't think he
PRX
ate
in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PRX. Last round of the half, and a split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it.
Get one!
RRQ reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on.
He's not getting anything with his ult since yesterday, dude.
Nice and early.
What's happening?
Keep them out of the sight. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
I don't know, that's a little bit too eager, Komodo. The flank does come through, but still the trade's being found by PRX.
Trades.
Coming out on top of that one.
The trades again for PRX, always on top of it. You missed that the spike was planted, and now it's Crazy Guy.
And he's still got Patman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels, but Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not gonna be found. He's stuck into a corner, and Patman snuffs out that light.
I've dreamt
there has just
about this scenario a long time ago, bro.
At the moment, no chance to flick on that.
The dream is coming back, bro. Actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't even fault RRQ in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. But PRX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get these quick
He's angry today? I don't think he's angry, I think he's just having fun.
But
this is probably what happens when he has fun.
Into sights again and again. I mean, lots of these rounds in the first half have
PRX 10s and PRX FNS.
Komodo.
Yeah.
Again, that would be supremely expensive to be able to do that.
Finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult.
I think if that ever happens, I won't see you guys anymore. They gotta cut people out, man. I think even cutting people out, it's not enough. They have to top up a lot more, bro.
With a previous quote from before,
been good though.
He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
Full BO5.
I want to think about this question at the moment.
I'll save that for
today,
tomorrow, man.
The way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well.
I don't think that $5 million can afford 10s and FNS, bro. Maybe for like a month or two.
Except
okay, honestly, I don't know.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many PRX fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest. This
I think they're both
it's just not a
very
great look for
The thing is, though,
players?
it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map,
People,
you still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse
he wouldn't do that.
Throughout Pacific time and time again.
If not, he would just join, no?
Exactly
like if he would pay to be in PRX, he would already be here.
Laced up against PRX.
Like
just a year ago.
He's already basically part of PRX
now. Yeah,
I think all the PRX fans already see that way.
It's a great answer back.
For sure.
But to make it official, we need money.
What does it look like rather now for RRQ?
We need money!
Side as well. Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. PRX playing 1-4.
Bro, he doesn't even know I
heavily
exist.
defended towards the B site where RRQ are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PRX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Only go early though, that's the thing.
Oh. Well, David versus David. And the PRX one
David
comes out
versus
on top.
David.
Now the flank can actually come out because Xfero's shear is null and void.
Why? Xfero
Which
name
means RRQ
David?
has to watch out for this back position where Petman then can continue to line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive through. Something with the assistance. And down to it at the end.
Oh my god.
Trying his best to get a little bit
Have
more
fun,
space,
fly
but to
free.
no
Holy
avail.
shit.
Forsaken reigns supreme.
Forsaken.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin on this map right now. PRX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them going their way on this map. And RRQ just Deficit numbers once
The road
again,
kinda
pushing into the
clean.
sky smoke, not expecting Divide to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, you know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
Not sure what I just heard, but my brain hurt Chibai. I'm not sure, bro.
I mean, it's had some really good
I'm
percentages so
not
far,
sure
but,
if I heard what I heard.
We've not really seen even the rifles
I don't know, bro.
too much at the moment for RRQ. So
What
we'll see.
the
Benefit of
hell
the
did
doubt,
I?
they
No
force
way,
up
bro.
on the back of the plant in the last round.
Nah.
See if they can steal
I'm
a
not
cheeky
sure, bro.
round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PRX in this
What the
round.
hell?
Just slow and steady
I
creep
don't
ups
really
from
love.
RRQ.
Lips is gonna tear.
Not a lot of information from PRX until that turret goes off.
You hear the
Rotation's
stingers.
coming over.
Yeah, the Stinger as well, so you get an idea, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that RRQ are trying to go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of time.
What?
Ghost shots instead, and he finds a wall back through the ghost
Okay,
as well.
you know what? Let's just pretend
Finishing off the
Fracture
Already
is
tied him up with
over.
the
Let's just go
Outlaw.
to Split, bro.
Great
What the
little,
hell is this?
adjustment that we get to see
Well,
from
today
him.
might be an
Trying to
early day, no?
wriggle the spray, get that shot out,
Oh,
finish
wait.
him with the side
See you guys
arm.
tomorrow.
Right, you just knew that they were
too
looking for
fast to
some
say.
kind of a, you know, high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a
Hey.
map from Forsaken, hasn't
What
it?
the
He is
hell?
angry today, getting involved
wrong
in
with
all
this
of
guy?
these duels. 25 kills already
Is he
in
angry
in a map of 15
25.
rounds, Quack. Going into the 15th.
Wait,
He's got
25?
25 kills.
Let's go. 30 bomb all the way, Jason. I mean, he just
What
looks
is this shit?
so happy. That cheery,
Oh, yeah, he's having
bright
fun, bro.
smile on his face.
Bro,
when
he
the player
doesn't
can
care.
afford
He's just
into
going.
what could be the final round. A stinger from Davai. Shots from Jing. Forsaken again in with the ghost. Looks for the overdrive.
Oh,
but the
wait.
cage
Which
cells
neon was
will
which neon?
ultimately
I got
be
confused.
RRQ's doom.
Everyone's running
13-2
around the damn net.
as the
What? Who is
final
who?
scoreline from the first map.
I got
Yeah,
confused,
there's
bro.
absolute destruction to come out from PRX at the moment. It feels
Well,
like they've just
anyways,
got better
we
and
won, I
better
guess.
ever since that
What?
game against DFM.
But what is his
They are
KDA at
on
the end?
track for a recovery.
I don't think-
coming
he
in
didn't hit
towards
30, but
VCT
close
Pacific
enough.
2025, and it doesn't look like with this form that they're going to be stopping
I
anytime
think I was like
soon.
looking at Neon. I thought
This
Monyet was
engine
Jason
is
and
just
Jason was
chugging
Monyet or
all
some shit.
the way forward. The next map is going to be PRX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ
So back.
core.
We've been back since
absolutely.
DFM,
I mean,
bro. We never
highlighted
left.
again,
Okay, we
right?
did.
Best
We
of
left
five,
for
you can't
we left
get
for a
out
few
of the
months.
map and
We left for a
look
few
towards
months, or maybe a
split
whole
next
year.
to
But
hopefully come out with a better idea of it.
You know
but
what I mean.
Right now, we're just seeing confidence from PRX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a
Oh,
score.
they're having
Everybody
fun.
feels very
Good for you
aligned
guys.
on
Keep
PRX
doing
on
this,
this
bro.
map,
This is
right?
what we
Every
need
read
in
that they're
all our
having, every
games.
play that they're doing,
But sadly,
no one's falling behind.
when the stakes are high,
Holding each other's
it gets
hands
very
essentially
stressful
to
as
get the
well.
trades out is
So
just a
can't
kind
always
of a
be like
masterclass
that.
play
But
from PRX
you
here
know,
to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering
it
space.
would be nice
when
if we
they're
can always
playing
do
patient
this.
when
Like
their
just play for
rotations are trying to
fun.
come out.
And that's when you have PRX at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about. When everyone's
But you keep
holding their own
What?
leash, right? They don't
Yeah.
need
At
to
the
be
mustache
reined
today.
back in.
I mean,
Gen G
you know, we
tomorrow.
talk about friends in the server,
And then it will
everything
be
at the moment
finals.
Right now,
And then if we
peaceful
win
before the
finals,
game,
maybe
no
we get a
handshakes,
plate.
No fist bumps
We might
or
get a plate.
anything, but it's all laughs. You know,
That's so
we have
fun.
some fun there.
How long have I been
And
streaming
now
for?
we cast our minds towards the next map.
I
It's
don't
not
know
even
about
an
that one, Chief.
hour!
Sometimes it feels
Like,
like
since
you
I
do
started
need
streaming,
a bit
no?
of beef. You do
Kyle?
need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RQ has that dog in them just
Hope
as we
those
toss it back
fails.
over onto the desk.
Hey, Levi, thank you for the 3 months.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ
hello,
has
Cap.
that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PRX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture, I mean...
Chicken time, right?
this
Chat,
thrive
can
in
I go
this
get my
kind of
chicken? Not
map,
that you can tell
which
me
is
no.
why the map
You can
was
try.
such a big question
Listen,
mark.
I'm gonna
And
get chicken
this is-
first.
I would say
And
you
water.
would kind of expect a result like this.
I mean, that dog is looking like a chihuahua. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean, it is tiny and yappy, and where is it? Because I mean, this was absolute domination from PRX. 13-2 with 14 of the first bloods. I mean, where do we even begin in this map? This was absolute utter carnage for RRQ, and I mean, I feel like for RRQ's map pick, they weren't prepared yet.
Where were they? They didn't show up to the game. It was the same thing as yesterday. Like, I backed RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into the game today. 4 people didn't turn up to the game. We gotta shoot back, guys. Like, this is peak Paper X. Make no mistake. Like, Forsaken, outstanding game on the Neon. 450 ACS. That is ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was really needed. Like, this was Forsaken just running them down, and Paper X with an improved approach on Fracture, which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on. But I mean, RRQ just was not present in this map of Fracture.
No,
unfortunately not. Smell my
the numbers don't lie as well, right? You do have a gem cam on the MVP side of RRQ, but as we're talking about,
though,
exactly.
there were exit kills.
Like 6
The
of
whole
those at
team
least.
got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like, there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing the Neon, right? Definitely
I
in
say
their
they never
faces,
left, but
running and gunning. It's the just a specialty of Forsakens, and we don't really know what
I got
to say
chicken,
at
by
this
the way.
point, because
So I'm gonna be chewing on stream.
30-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ, but for Paper X, hey, it's just another day in the Paper X office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some
You could do
improvements
a
already
watch
from
party
them.
if
So we'll
Finesse is
dive into the
crazy to say no.
replays
He doesn't
here.
know
Wanna
I
cluster
exist.
our mind back
You don't
to
know
what
who
we
I am,
saw
guys.
versus T1 on Fracture. This was round
That's not
11
chicken.
on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble on that attacking side, attacking into the Vice, getting disrupted. They could not get these executes off, and you'll see it here. The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest of the pack.
No,
People
go.
are not able to scale up effectively on the
Too hard.
attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a
What
really
chicken?
good job.
Just
They're
chicken.
fantastic
I
at
mean,
this
what
map,
chicken?
even though they're out of
Chicken.
the tournament now.
They come
But
from where,
also
Four
Paper
Fingers?
X not really pacing
But
things
this one, I
super,
don't know if they
super well, and
overcooked
getting
it.
disrupted
It's
quite
so
a lot
hard.
by both people on the prim, as well as you have the nice
party,
reactive
Faker?
utility on the tail.
Alright, he just played a game just now. I will text him and see if he wants to come on.
It's very hard for
Because
Paper
obviously
X to
we're
get
best
these
friends,
executes
right?
off. But that was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did
I
not
am
play
not, I'm
around what
telling
they
you
were doing
for a
very
fact.
well.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite. We just saw there. This is a clear and hard read. So we see kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade hit, and they're doing that because they know that that Vice Wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled, they look more together, and their read looked very, very good at that game. But like you say, RRQ weren't even
Great job,
really
bro.
there. I feel like the one thing T1 did very well is they played forward. They played in front of the smokes. They disrupted Paper X. We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and they just give up the sides for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ
it's
take
not
the
hot.
fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so
Hard.
afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was
It's
saying. It's
overcooked.
like when you're playing into T1's defense, first you got to deal with Buzz on the
It
off.
hurts.
You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the tail and the breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when Paper X was going into these sites almost ever, number one.
I don't know if this
But
is
also, number two, I
overconfidence.
feel like PRX is just
I don't
in
know.
free flow right now. They are moving as a
I
unit
think we
so
won
well. There's
today.
no
I'll see you guys
hesitation.
tomorrow at
There's
4
no
PM
doubt
for
at all.
finals,
And
alright?
when you've got Forsaken
Today
being the
we're
tip
just
of the
warming
spear,
up.
being the sharpest player in the server, and just running
crazy
that
to say, I'm
absolute
sorry.
masterclass on the Neon.
just
That's
kidding.
his
I don't know.
signature duelist right
But
now.
with the way they were playing,
there's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so
It's
many
feeling
highlights
good,
here
bro.
of Forsaken that we're going to pull up right now.
Don't
You
jinx,
look
I
at the
just
opposite
did it.
side, right? Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look
I
at
trust.
Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
we keep playing.
Come on, yet, like we
that,
saw
like
it
we're having
previously
fun.
as
I think
well,
we're
when
done.
He was just really
Done for
sending
the
it
day.
the last time I saw RRQ on Fracture, and it had very mixed success. And like I said before, I wanted to see him.
I'm watching
or I
PRX
wanted to see a
today.
Neon on the op, but it was not really something that Morgan's had a lot of success
At 4 PM
with,
might be the
and there was
problem, but
just
I'm
no one
complaining
able
about
to
4 PM
stop
right now.
Forsaken in the server this game.
In the future, it's gonna be at 4 AM.
It's a hard diff.
So then that's a
the only way
different
we
problem.
can really describe it. And I
That's
think
a
this is
different
one
problem
thing
to
that I
have.
do love about Paper X is, you know, they don't use the Neon everywhere, but on the maps it's well stewarded. They put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone to play
What
these kind
the
of
hell? Why is
like
the chicken so
duelists that
low?
they're not comfortable on because they have 3 different experts on the 3 different duelists.
Yes.
So it's great when Forsaken gets a chance to really shine
At
like
your
this. And I
time
felt
zone.
like he was set up so well. He was traded out so well if he did ever die. And I just think he was a monster.
Those numbers are disgusting. He's killing He's killing 2 people around worth of damage, 1.7 kills
For
around.
Toronto,
He's good for
it'll
2
be 4 AM.
every round.
If they start at 4 PM, their time, it'll be 4 AM for us. For me. I don't know about you guys. I don't know what time it is for you.
We just go next.
Yeah, pretty much. And you look at,
Toronto will be 12 hours.
Almost
difference
half. You have the
if they
Vi
start at
up
4.
next on PRX with 14 kills.
Yeah.
So that just shows you.
I feel like he won the game though when he just aced
I don't know if
on
I'll
the
see you
pistol,
guys.
like
I might not see you guys for
he
Toronto.
inflicted to RRQ with that pistol round
I
was
don't know, man.
unrecoverable.
Yeah,
But I will be
just
there,
The blast radius
but you
of
guys
that
might not be
just
there.
Echoed throughout.
Like,
the entire
4 AM
like
is
you're
not
getting
really
that
a problem
lot
for
from
me.
PRX.
4 PM
you
is
have
the
different players that are
major
stepping up and
problem.
having these impact rounds, and they're a team that
But for you
thrives off
guys,
of
I think
momentum.
your body clock
But
might be
also
fucked.
RRQ, I feel like there's some degree of doubt in their camp after that Gen G game, and you saw it just continue to affect them all throughout Fracture. Like, when are these guys going to wake up?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like that. They
I'm
need to
not
get their
going.
heads back in the game. If
I'll
they
be
want to
there.
get back into the series.
But I don't
we're
think you guys
moving
will
on
be
to
awake.
Split, which is of course PRX's pick, and we've seen some differences in these comps. PRX in the past played this double duelist. We've seen Raze and Yoru come out from them. On the side of RRQ, it's that Breach Teo.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, we need to see them execute that much better than they did on Fracture. Jemkin is usually a disruptive force on the Yoru. We love his Yoru. But Split is just not a map that has really been repped by either of these teams very much at all. Over on the side of RRQ, we've seen them lose to Nongshim and beat Zeta,
now?
and that is back in the group stage. Over on the side of PRX, the only team that they played in this stage was GE, and then outside of that, the opening game of kickoff, or very early on in kickoff, they played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So
why does
I
it
want
matter?
to see why PRX picked this map. It's just not really something that you've seen them
the
play
brick's
too
quite
much.
long, huh?
We've seen them play a lot of different styles. They've played the Yoru Raze there, so double duelist, similar to what you've seen T1 run before. We'll see if they kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do wonder for the side of RRQ, if you have Jemkin back on the duelist, we've Jemkin on the Yoru, does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ,
I can take a
you were
picture
looking
right now.
at the players that had the most stopping power, for Forsaken, and they were just nowhere to be found, right? Kushi, Monyet, even Xpharaoh. Unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if RRQ is playing the long game here, especially since, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to a 5. So going over into this next map, as you guys mentioned, Split, this is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here
know
in
you
the
can
best of
see
5,
shit,
and
but
both
Am I
teams.
seeing that right?
Yeah, look, we'll discuss the RRQ
who
one.
is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Maybe. I haven't seen this one in a while. I'll talk about RRQ first, though. You do have the double duelist coming out. They have changed up their comp. They are not playing Breach Teo. It will be the single init fade with the Yoru Raze. So very similar to what you'd see something from T1 running.
Tell me what to do.
Even similar to a comp that PRX have run not too long ago.
Yeah, for PRX, we're taking it back in time. It's
I've seen this
an
before.
old school double duelist. Something on the Jet, Jing on the
Something
Raze.
on the Jet,
and
we
of
don't
course
lose, no?
We have a Sky. We have a Sky in VCT.
We
Pacific.
have a Sky.
I mean, this is crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so excited.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Quack and Komodo.
Whoa!
Thank you very
Your
much.
handwriting
Mika,
is
big time.
insane.
And Pilski, yes, it's
Cool
going
down,
to be Split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different battlefield, but we also have a very different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing PRX's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort of reads PRX are going to be able to get from that. If we've seen this before, we should know how to adjust for that. And yeah, if Sky can get nerfed into Oblivion and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that Crazy Guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his 3rd time ever playing it. On the attack, then being able to smoke things off straight into the A site.
Generally see him on the breach, which this time they're not opting for that. Kushi, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PRX member has opted to go out from the ropes. And with perfect crosshair placement as well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then for more noise, as something dashes straight into the smokes, Jemkin then to deal with him. A flash to be able to stave off the PRX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PRX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy X-Sparrow as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from RRQ, a much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well for a map like Split where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? And Astro and Roman switch up this time a little bit more drastic.
Right? Bangsat!
But picking up the pistol round on PRX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well, looking for the share shots instead. Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PRX then to try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of course.
Yeah, and just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PRX could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
Just more so that you've got the pistols on PRX's side. You can just throw caution to the wind a little bit and see what you can find.
Scrappy. But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns. They need to hold on to them. Monyet playing around backside alongside Jemkin. That will be a huge...
Are we all just gonna die?
Crossfire if PRX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kills the name of the game at the moment for PRX. See if he can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example, but you don't want to give any more to Mon yet. He's traded guns with teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue over to the next round. With death, he will collect another ulti orb for the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That gives you, or gives PRX, some slight ideas as well. RRQ having opted to go for the garage space fights instead.
Don't you know they die for more money?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PRX on a map like Split, right? Where
Wait, somebody type that paragraph out.
Play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw
somebody
it on
has to be the know-it-all.
Kickoff once against T1 where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say. Just having the Sky and a double duelist there. Fresh round though, guns on the board for PRX, an opening battle one against Monyet. And a change of look now for RRQ, losing control of A. So let's spread up mid. Let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s and maybe get towards the site.
Oh my god. I was going to say, Sky's going to do a decent job, but this time it's Forsaken doing well as well.
Cheeky angles. There's
second kill. And just like what we saw.
Like I give a shit about which voice you like more.
Oh, lost the plot.
That's just the bonus round. These happen. You lose the first duel. You run into an angle. You just can't win the duel. 10 players, very, very sharp in this little game we call Valorant. But right now, the Spike is in firm control of PRX. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return here.
Why do you guys always ask me to calm down when I'm calmed down?
Going in for the dry-peaked duels inside the garage, and PRX just does not let them find any breathing room whatsoever.
Yep, flawless round to come through from PRX in that one. This is the big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the, 14-1 in the previous map. So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently, it's a more stacking side of PRX towards B and mid, you could say as well. Hatman, lone soldier at A.
Playing into a defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over. So,
because I'm old and a man.
Look at the
That's why they call me that.
Of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just flash himself though, waiting for a team to rotate over. This is just a complete site control now given towards RRQ. You're not running the Fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap with the paint shells.
Spike planted.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PRX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead. And at that point, numbers all down around him. It's just Crazy Guy left.
Nah, he can't do this one, unfortunately, mate. So just going to have to call the audible on this one. Maybe be a flawless round to come through from PRX, because they aren't going for the hunt over at main. They got to protect their own economy too. What a retake!
I call myself dead. What?
Though. Something catching a shot out through the screens, and then Jing having a crossfire from the heavens as well, just choosing to send it on the raise, right?
Tomorrow,
not being scared whatsoever, even being seized, but it doesn't matter because Kushi's blinded up by the paranoia of Forsaken. You know, when we consider the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PRX throughout this stage. Adaptations and learning. RRQ, though, coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin. Showstopper as well. If that Prowler found anything, you'd expect that to be ripped immediately. But just by the positions, by the way, of PRX, they should be able to dodge the ultimate. Unfortunately, though, for Forsaken, you can't dodge that one.
And slight face check, but you do have Jing with a big old rocket. That said, he has missed several of those yesterday as well. And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, just straight down from hell, he finds 4 kills!
Wait.
Being able to rip all those numbers away from
Davai.
RQ. It's just one yet left, but he's managed to
I thought he could do it again!
things up.
Shrapnel gets him at the end of the day. The showstopper explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP.
I'm gonna give him $50,000 right there, bro.
Not enough to get the job done, it seems, in the end. Trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation. But in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ. Bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down. That's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Monyet as well.
Yeah,
the past Raze player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
This is what we're expecting, though, in this battle, right? In this
oh my god, it's a joke. Calm down.
Both ways.
Bro, stop tagging me.
Scouting out the opposition positions.
It's obviously a joke.
Of Monyet off yonder, though.
You tell me, bro.
Timing.
Stop tagging me.
Yeah, that one's a bit rough.
Unfortunate kills. However, that will be the spike then a little bit closer towards the B site.
But overlooking Devi, that's a problem at the moment. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the pit.
Oh my god, I would ban all of you.
The numbers with the team.
Rocky
I'm gonna look at YouTube chat.
The
Go away.
rotations might have been pulled over, but we'll see if Jemkin is able to craft anything out. That said, though, straight in with Cushy, and he's been robbed.
And you're not in the scenario, too, for Crazy Guy to, from the shadows, to get the spike with Jemkin finding complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go for a plant? Well, you're going to have to try and do that in a pit, and you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for RRQ now. PRX looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
Stop tagging.
Although, if Patman
gives
him a duel, he wins that one.
It's so annoying.
Start to cook a little bit.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Devi. It's possible. It's taking his time, though, and PRX...
The full decay.
Yeah, holding on to their leashes. They wait for this. They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy...
If Crazy Guy can win this round,
he technically only has one angle he needs to spray.
I'll give him $50 million, dude.
Vision.
USD!
On him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PRX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to
Why do you guys have to gamble?
Doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one. 3 versus 3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we see timeouts earlier on, right? In the last map, when you consider at this point in time, it was 5-1 by round number 6. So a little bit more from RRQ here. No coach intervention needed. Happy by the fact that, you know, they're gonna potentially have something to do in this round anyways, right? Light investments for RRQ. Make sure you hold enough for the next rounds. Go all together as a team towards this A site.
Went in for the execute as well. Gate crash in towards a corner.
Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop flash to try to attempt at a duel. That said, Monyet quickly dispatches of him. Yeah. Something then Engel completely blocked off. He's still trying for the flick though.
Anyway, if he hits that shot, that's illegal as hell.
Denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
That shot ain't gonna work every time.
Actually.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Maybe. We'll see. There is a showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, be risky for sure. This is what I'm talking about though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ, making sure that you can try and get something to work.
Stop egging him on, it's getting very...
Patman on the side. Good. TP from Jemkin to get in there. Devi's looking for some bit of damage.
I would much rather watch the game.
I just feel like the spike is
talk about the
way
game.
Too far already.
Yeah. Oh, second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away. Crazy Guy will just collect onto another kill. Jemkin as well, and the round, of course, ultimately goes over to RQ.
Yeah, but it's a thrifty. That's really important for RRQ here as well. Already knowing that they'd have a buy in the next round is just better that they've got another round on at the tally to back this one up. Single duel against Patman, a awkward encounter for something as well, just falling out of the rafters. Tries to updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well. See if they can challenge back.
Michael Jackson.
But it is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think everybody should have been expecting coming in towards this series, right? Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from PRX at the moment, though. Meanwhile, RRQ finding successes towards the alpha side. Going back there, forcing PRX out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the Nightfall as well, and it just gives him a bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate, Cushy. PRX though avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied, and it's just PRX with 2 left. Something he's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to beep off. Crazy Guy springs back up, and it's just Patman left. Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter for RRQ. Blades going awkward for something. Feels like PRX's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there. Have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ. Though feels like in this sort of time, Alex is gonna have to come out with a timeout.
Dumbass!
That's the first time I've heard that.
Oh God, Alex!
PRX's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
Oh God, oh God.
I mean, you're gonna have to plot something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that.
Who's the dumbest? Who's the dumbest? I don't know who he's talking about.
Heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens just for that Nightfall to get sent through. I mean,
it's this aggression we were missing from last map from RRQ, right?
That's true.
Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
But for not a single member of the PRX squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You got to remember as well, Split is not generally a map that PRX opts to play.
Which is why
it
this
could be
is
a
question
training
mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You got to feel it out. And why not leave your best maps for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tourney. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, RQ of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though, PRX having to change things up, get some more bodies towards the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of RRQ where they can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent
that's big
up through mid.
for them.
Oh, but
that's big
the spot
for them!
The showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing then again pinned down in a
Yo, my aloe vera just got out of my mouth or some shit. I don't know.
Raptors. RQ though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into backside. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Jemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries to find some acrobatics into the smoke, but gets denied.
Do they expect something on the flank already? Look at him. He's
super early. And he's still sneaking his way up, skulking his way forward. A second kill, something clutches up for PRX.
And this is the other side of
I thought he was going to get one when he swung out, and then
over at the A side, they
he
push
popped
something
the out.
towards main. He gets all
I thought
the
for sure he gets one.
That, well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening, and he was there super early to come out with a Red Bull clutch for PRX to answer back.
This is just a race
quick
thing.
Reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know, the initial contact might have gone completely south for some reason with that showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4 as well. So they've really managed to pull that one back by isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Both Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Yeah, well,
similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B site.
Something that RQ hasn't contended with before, and Forsaken will come out on top
why
of the
is this
duels.
happening?
Devi as well, eliminating Jemkin, but RQ does not let up. Forsaken then trying to play around the pillars, but yes, completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
Bit of utility for a retake here. No smokes for PRX though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something with 2 kills around the pillar. He props the tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Scrappy battles. Do love to see them. Opening frag in the way of PRX, but immediate retaliation from RRQ. A lot of bits of utility as well.
I don't know what currency that is.
Have a great
thank you for the super chat. What they call it, right? On YouTube, super chat.
These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hands though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
Bro, it's a watch party. What do you mean? This is normal, dude.
Extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side. It completely flushes or makes Forsaken flush.
I'll say today YouTube chat is behaving more than you
right
guys.
Now,
what the hell is happening?
Execute PRX, possibly a retake without the best weaponry. Devi though, decent trade for now.
Yeah, numbers are here. Spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the floor. PRX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jemkin though, superb.
Taps forward again and again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in our hands. 7 rounds left in the mag. Something though.
Ace? Or $5 million.
For the fights against the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on Scars against Sengoku, and he still comes out on top of something.
Damn.
Hey, he gets the better of him in this one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-eco.
A better game than
into it with pistols and a Guardian. So the fact that they stack towards the A site, Devi gets a good read that they are coming towards B. Let's just full rotate on over, and Something comes out with some absolute sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin 20 HP, Something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, RQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone, play distractor. Meanwhile, in the back lanes, he can fight and then meet up with the team. This is going swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xfero just blocking every single letter up by Mailroom. Something, though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. 1v4 and Something just goes in for the Hail Mary jump. Jemkin will pick the
It's
round up
fine.
and push
We still have the
RRQ to
Pokemon
an
sites.
8-4.
Once we switch sites, it gets better,
a
right?
bit of hit and miss
how
from
it works.
Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards
The
this
which
map
site you're on.
specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PRX to get an idea where you want it to go, right? If it's a quick one out from RRQ on that attacking side, well, they're almost playing retake 9 times
It's
out of 10.
alright.
You're seeing duels
I'm
going
not worried,
you're seeing
I don't
scrap
think.
battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map. Oh, this is a tough one.
I mean, currently you go with Jemkin, I guess,
It's a
just because he's been
monkey
the primary
or
duelist
bag.
most of the time.
Yeah, Monyet has kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of years too, so...
Especially from that previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smoke.
Who is the real
That is
man
true.
is crazy to ask.
Got a
Bro,
lot of players
like,
that love our
Who
playing
came up with
ability.
this? Who is the real man?
How is that a question?
Oh my
To
god,
ask.
production sometimes cracks me up.
And you ask
guy,
someone
got a
that's
man.
holding a PRX jersey.
It's Patrick
Who is the real
Mendoza.
man you think? A PRX team member or RRQ
Yeah,
team
like
member?
Patrick
Please
It's
choose.
not even his name.
Bro,
Not even his name.
what?
Halftime break though. Throw that one away.
I don't know.
We're gonna have to get to a
Someone's
switch up
on
of the
something.
sides as well. See
What's
if we'll
going
tie
on?
up this series 1-1. Get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But
Same energy
certainly
as
RRQ
chat asking me
keeping
who I
things
spot. True.
Interesting with
Yep.
a
True,
strong
true.
first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense.
I
We
think
get
he's
to
still
see,
there.
you know, crazy guy
He's
maybe
next
show off
to
his chops
Alex
a
right
little
now.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX. Leading very handsomely with those. RRQ already gathering a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler that no one's going to be at least in close proximity. As PRX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over-investments from RRQ, no one going by themselves. Refreshing Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the
Okay,
Trailblazer.
definitely
Yeah,
a
let's put out
man
bit of
putting two
information, a
women
little bit of a
against each other.
forward,
Totally
position
normal.
now for PRX, getting pretty close towards a B-pop.
Right? As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from mailroom, and you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PRX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. RRQ having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it currently.
Oh.
Inside the smoke, though, and it's just PRX
Oh.
finding first contact.
Oh.
Petman and something out from heaven as
Okay.
well. And the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of
Labo.
not yet spotted, but as soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by PRX.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. Sin CT jumping around, right-clicking, taking some heads. But PRX, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right-click jump is a little bit crazy.
For that guy.
Pistol round will keep things in good contest here for PRX, struggling a little bit at the tail end of their defensive side.
Hey, they still
There's a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though for this map. A couple of pistols,
Some people prefer
a couple of
stingers,
specters,
right?
and a marshal for
I
something.
hate the stinger.
Not a single rifle except for...
I don't understand how anybody
consider the
plays that
Marshal,
gun.
But still, RRQ currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the A site.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site, where it's just going to be Crazy Guy here himself yet again.
And if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but with the angles exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else is here, so it's just going to be this little pistol retake. See if RRQ even just do what PRX did and go up with the spike eventually. Makes sense.
It's a full best of 5, it's lower finals. I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find, so not wanting to give too much up to PRX, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
You gotta end it all
Get the
together
idea
again.
of what RRQ are doing.
The
You
other
just
team.
want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Come on, give us a kill. Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize!
Love that.
And that's not too bad in terms of economical damage. A little bit more going through, and it's just Forsaken left. He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still going to go off, but ults and points being found by RRQ.
And the fact that it's Forsaken surviving at the end here as well, one of the players that went in with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds. Though, on the other side, you did save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round, so...
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a, well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in the end. So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment. And it's unexpected. Look at that. Brilliant shot out from something. Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
Just never expect it. Even if you're going for the jiggle, somehow, something with a punish. And that means you got to place a player around mid just to watch.
It was the judge as well, so that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy, he wants to play close. He wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shrouded step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by PRX off of that. Thankfully able to get Crash away.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
Why am I sitting like
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of dodge.
Yep.
Once again, another scenario where RQ left without resources.
Thank you for the 38 months.
In the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for PRX, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do have Jing kind of concealing his movements down towards the bottom as well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of our trying to look for that space into sight, but PRX just not giving anything up to them.
8-4 to 8-7 more.
I mean, I know it's the bonus technically in the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from PRX that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half to then get out the full Great Buy FBX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy. Letting the team Gallivant around the site when they've got control of it as well. There's not too many angles that they need to worry about when that plant's down.
It works though. I mean, it's a little bit risky, but now you have them with an op, and that's something that RQ is going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any duels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what PRX wants to do, trying to exploit this weakness. Monjet though, quick on their reactions out to a tough, but then still for PRX to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles.
We got a snowball now. This one's over.
Flooding.
To Pearl.
PRX are coming out on top.
It would actually end. Like, let's say they win this game, they win the next game.
Trailblazer.
It'll be so fucking fast, no?
Just Jemkin.
The day would end so early, dude.
Still, the score has been tied up.
Yeah, 8-8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how PRX are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coaching investment?
Not crazy.
Right?
Only
so we
5.
need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard. Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture.
Okay, guys, that's not what I meant. Who said I wasn't playing after anyways?
Was waiting to see if that was going to come through.
Started off 8-4, and now PRX have found 4 straight rounds in a row. That op still proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that RRQ, you know, they've got the fame for the info, they can rumor as well. Otherwise, you're trying to see what Jemkin can do on this Yoru. Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out
the players
from
can go to the toilet.
Send it with the
If
duelists.
they really need to.
There's a couple of options that you can
If
come
the
out
shit is
here
in
and
the
there
brim
to
of your
try and
ass,
catch
they really need to take a shit.
PRX off guard.
They call a timeout or a tech pause. Look.
It's definitely going to be, you know, quite the conundrum. You place more players towards mid.
It's a tech pause?
And you leave the rest of the sites a little bit more open for PRX to possibly, well, launch an expedition around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the mini-map right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around towards the A side as well, so we might have another something V Jemkin moment.
Happens a lot in NA. What, people needing to take a shit?
Battle in the round, which
Then we got to get. Oh my.
Yep. Wow! I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit the head.
Sometimes it beat. Just a little
Wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. But you'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A side where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ,
Sniper
but not for
Overwatch?
the third time. Third time's
Am I
the
hearing
charm
things?
for PRX, who are moving forward in, especially with Seekers, just flushing RRQ away. Looking for Spike Plant, though.
Did he not say
Overwatch?
Overwatch?
To have a little bit of stability, have a breath.
I mean, I don't think he's
referencing
referencing
poison orb as
actual-
well as a snake spy, but he's finding
Can he
some
say that?
timing.
Yeah, might be able to sneak through. Petman,
He
though,
can
no
say
more
that.
flashes, which means he's going to be kind of pinned down close to
Oh,
the
not the
site.
game.
Still, though,
Oh, okay.
seeing their movements,
I thought it was
making
referencing
things
the
as
game,
silent
bro.
as
What the
possible.
hell?
RRQ thinking to play safe instead.
The timing
Oh,
on
good.
yet. He's found it perfectly against Divine.
My bad, my bad.
Beautiful movement.
I'm dumb. What
Just
can I
at
say?
the right
Give me a
time,
dictionary.
Divine would have no idea. Even though the spike is down, now how do you isolate
Can't
every
mention- yeah, I
single
don't
duel?
definitely
The
can't.
first swing from Monyet, and it just fully catches Petman off guard.
Conversion after the timeout for RRQ, regaining the lead. More importantly, getting the first round on their
I
defensive
wonder how that game is
side.
doing. I know they're
Courtesy
relaunched.
of some heavy lifting
what,
of the
OW2?
operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize for
Wonder
the
if it
next
works.
round as well. You
But
really
then
wanna
again,
make
Marvel
sure that
Rivals
you
came
can
out.
have that in his
It
hands
probably killed them
as
for a little
much as
bit.
possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
Spike planted.
Difference that the round could have came out with as well.
I know they collab with
Potentially
Let's Start a
found him
Film.
when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards Heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that round away. There's another investment for PRX. Everybody lining up for an A-site endeavor, where once again, early engagements may very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different line being held as well. PRX would be none the wiser.
Can he
However,
finally get
something
one?
Might have an inkling.
time,
Dashes
bro.
right forward alongside that
Can't get
showstopper
any-
as well.
oh, wait,
Jing
okay.
looking to find effect with it, and he will
Finally,
collapse
holy
onto
shit.
our Xpharaoh. This allows him
Holy.
to then continue holding Heaven.
It took
Yeah,
about
they
2
had no
days.
idea that he was resatcheling up in towards the rafters there.
That's the
Nice.
thing about attack side on split. RQ, they're going to have to go in for a bit of a guessing game. Jemkin, though, will eliminate those guesses into more informed decisions with the dimensional drift, but Defy just denies all of that outright. Something with the double kill to end out the round as well. It's 9-9 tied up once again.
Yeah, awkward flash coming through for RRQ at the end there when the dimensional drift is trying to scope things out. Jemkin trying to tell the team where everybody is, trying to get some body blocking at the back of the side as well, but it just doesn't work out. Monyet completely blinded. And then you've got so many angles just being held by PRX at the end there. Flawless round to come through from them. Really not allowing any further round accumulation to come through from RRQ. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty at that
Yeah,
range.
little Monyet's crazy.
Yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info, though. And you got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
But not finding anything further towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
EMEA,
Definitely an angle for
they
Jemkin
are a
here to
little
try
bit
and find one or two and then get out.
delayed.
Meet with
They're
Cushy.
trying their best to catch up, bro.
I mean, this
I think
truly is
every
just
other
PRX
region already
continuing
had.
to dot their
Wait.
T's, well, dot their I's and cross their T's
Yeah,
until
yeah, I think
Jemkin
all the other regions
will
already
just scratch that one right off the margin.
got the
Yeah,
two
something
qualifying, right?
down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
Just EMEA.
And
We're
possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well. It's just going to be Jemkin with a share for now, though, and it's working pretty
Did they fix the
decently.
tech bosses?
Eventually
I
a
hope
flank
they
from Monyet, but the shorty. Need to see the lion share
One
done
that
by
they had a tech
Yo,
boss and
Jemkin.
they had to
Pink Shell's
reschedule.
blast pack
Holy
still
shit,
could
bro.
be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first, though, and looks for the movement into its ramps. That's where Monyet
Wait,
picks up the
3v2
Vandal.
weapon.
Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded.
Got
Still good for
one.
one, but it's just Defy left. Tries to go for a
Oh my
swing
God,
transfer, but
Defy.
it's not found.
Bro,
And Sparrow with the
if-
classic up close.
I would have given him $50,000. Am I lying? Of course I am.
There with how close it was, but
Holy
doesn't really matter.
NT, what the
RRQ
fuck
get
was
thrifty
that?
on the board. Flank eventually coming out from
man.
Monyet, picking up the weapon of something that was
that would have been
dropped
an
earlier on,
insane
courtesy of
round.
Jemkin. So even with the
Pretty
pistols,
illegal.
you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles, can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity, with op or not. Rest of the team following in pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engagements, operator back in the hands of Jemkin. See if he'll have another opening duel. Placed at the ramp.
Well, all good.
Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Key tool for RRQ right now. PRX though not backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty once again. He's quickly dispatched of. Then of course you got the rest of the team trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position, cushy up from the backside, but suddenly silenced. Forsaken and Patman marking these angles. Monyet though, surely you don't expect another. Tries to blast back them away, but doesn't quite work out. Off to the judge, out from ropes, and you have some slight resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant, gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up, another duel being isolated, and Forsaken! He'll just spin back around on a dime to find an every kill.
Backwards and forwards in the rounds at the moment. No one able to find
Eating
some footing
good
consecutive
today.
rounds, but maybe we'll change things up here. Unless we get another Thrifty coming on through. Because there's going to be some light investments from RRQ around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utilities to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out for Monyet, and no trade ability either to come through from the controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected.
No! No, he did not!
Find the duels.
Why is he doing this? Why is he like this?
Figure out who's where.
Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy.
Investment from RRQ coming
God damn young people!
Nightfall, you've got the pit. PRX
Oh
take things real slow. You could choose to use them.
Brain rot in the middle of the game is crazy, you know.
Towards the A
what
side,
the hell?
there would be nobody to stop
Why
them.
are you guys freaking getting auto-modded,
no
bro?
one here to welcome them. They've been having that much success on this site.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that you're blocking any vision of ramp, where Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's Sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team as much options as you can.
Screens being blocked off. Elbow as well with this pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler Investor or a Boombot from Monyet. Get some paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles.
Maybe.
Just going to choose to go through Heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the alt's coming through as well.
Oh.
Just diving straight in. He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his own. It's just
I give everybody $5 million, dude.
from Heaven.
Everybody!
He's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. X-Pharaoh out for the final frag.
God damn the Thrifties
Have
again.
we cursed him here? Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another Thrifty. And it happens. 4 alive as well. They are just going to steal those guns. What is it with RRQ lately? Having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these retakes. Well, this one specifically, sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested. Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xvero was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up.
What he said.
Recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels, I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss at the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devire loses that and there's no more pit available.
Thank you for a second. It's in my head now,
I
boy.
love being able to watch RRQ
Holy.
come back in.
Sawadee
Finding
ka!
themselves, awakening. More confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Yeah. It's exciting
Heron
at the
Bull.
moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ,
Sigma boy.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, We are on only map number 2. 11-10. RRQ primed for possibly map point with their ultimate.
He started it!
Be scary
I would not have,
well.
bro.
For Xfero. Will he get
Bro,
sent upon
you want to blame anyone, you blame
PRX
Forsaken, bro. He's the one that started that shit, bro.
The Viper's Pit and the Snake Bite, though, will completely deter the dinosaurs.
Yeah, another opening frag going the way of Jemkin with the shorty. Still has dimensional drift as well to scope things out a little bit later, where you might want to just be situated.
Why are you guys getting automated?
The advantage kill, just reset a little bit, figure out where PRX might look to end things, not give them an advantage in a 1vx
Today
duel.
was dead. What?
Precisely.
Gang.
Not too eager as
Gang,
well.
gang, gang,
Look
gang,
at the
gang.
tight angle from
Gnarly.
Monette. And now in position to possibly
one?
set a showstopper.
I was gonna say, I want to see what Devi is trying to do over at this pit, but if this is a call for PRX to go through vents and start to sneak in the backlines of A, that would actually be the right call.
Making more noise. If you did have Xfero pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be PRX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xfero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PRX can hold a potential retake from main.
I'm not.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not gonna work, but Jemkin
initiates the fight. That's 3 kills now.
Wait.
And then for Crazy Guy to chime in as
also
well.
locked
Front
in.
Screens, the
Because in my head, I feel like we won.
Get more space into the site.
This is looking bad, no?
He's done his job. He's blocked off ramps, and
Wait a
Divine
minute.
has no recourse but to allow
Wait
the
a
spike to get
goddamn minute.
defused.
Yeah, Xfero just an angel in the round at the end there as well, making
This is
sure
what happens when you get too
protector,
complacent.
making sure
Okay,
that PRX
chill.
don't have another
I
avenue
really thought
to
we were
potentially
winning.
hold a retake
I mean, we
from.
were.
You cut off main, it makes things
Not
a
sure
little
about
bit awkward.
now, but
You get in
what
towards
the
it.
fuck is
fact that
happening?
Jemkin gets 2 on the back of coming out of that drift is absolutely insane. It's now map point though for PRX, for RRQ.
PRX. See, even he thinks PRX is gonna win.
PRX do have another buy at least presentable.
Bro.
Blades will come out for something.
But
will they get any
games feel different when you know you're already qualified, okay? I am not going to lie. I feel a lot different yesterday compared to today.
Might have judged to 8 as well, but how much is it really going to work out? RQ, they've got the
You want them to lose? Why?
Yeah, something has been cut down a little bit.
Important. I know. No, I want us to win, of course.
Hot knife through butter. He really
But it's like I'm not as stressed. Oh my days.
The weapon draw animation took a little bit longer than he
I mean,
expected.
of course I wouldn't be as stressed as yesterday. Yesterday was cool.
Well. Further information being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles up from garage. Ooh, a little bit awkward on the spray. Allows for PRX to sometimes get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill. Jing with another. It's just Xfero left, and he doesn't have enough.
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xfero.
He's got to pick up a weapon at
Come
the
on,
very
boys.
least.
Come on, boys.
Be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this
Judge.
situation, though,
Switching.
The Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in,
Hey!
deals with the first, looks for
thank
further
God.
heads, but Jing
One more.
just dooms him instead.
12-11. Will PRX push us into overtime, or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower, so you fall on back. But here we go, last round of regulation. Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Gonna see nobody home at the B side.
I hope we don't
What
make
is
it to
home is
Icebox.
everybody
I don't
at
want to
the
watch
A side.
Icebox.
The numbers
Icebox.
needed for
Auga.
RRQ.
Yeah, sudden call and good read from
Reminds
Crazy
me
Guy
of
as well. Into
yesterday
position,
games, man.
but the showstopper, though, will
My
just
games.
rob him of his life. That will be then more space for PRX to shore up around A-Ramp.
At least
Speaking
his
of
ult
losing
is
your
getting
life, being robbed of
something.
it, something again. First casualty in this round. Silence for PRX. Seekers would spot 3 towards this A side at the moment. Towards the heavens, though, the judge heard.
Oh.
heard
Yeah,
that.
invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly give them a bit of a warning sign. Off to the site, though, the sudden peek out from Monette around elbow just breaks things apart. Defy, the second kill.
For the time.
And it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime, folks, because Jing has the silence up by ramp. Jemkin
And
down.
Jemkin is sharp as hell.
They're all
Holy
half
shit.
HP.
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the sightlines?
What the hell?
For the transfer. Forsaken swings out, provides the assistance necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again, first installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready. Valiant attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far.
Oh shit, wait, he has 27 kills?
So far we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these two maps.
Yeah, well, you might have one Jemkin with 27 kills up on RRQ. You've got two duelists or two players from PRX who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing, certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. PRX to the defensive side.
Wow, the song is actually stuck in my head.
Where they were able to find some little bits of greatness.
Oh, nice.
Off, though, Crazy
Ow,
Guy.
why?
Yeah, forward space information into paint shells. Then another crossfire just to deny RQ a ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the site, though. And that's something, once again, finding first death.
Okay, but have you tried
Xfero wins that one.
Korea's Hershey's hot chocolate? Gosh, that shit's so fucking good.
Up to the site, though. PRX, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens possibly. But Jemkin reads that, holds down elbow.
We gotta kill Jemkin, bro, in game.
Additional angles being found by RRQ. PRX will have
yeah,
to
okay, he's down. This is winnable.
Get a clearer picture into sight, but so far, not good.
3v2 though, Petman's low as hell.
Drops down, shot fire to mask sound, but RQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just a Vine a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xfero alongside Cushy. They could go in for a double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
What did I say?
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something as Jing there as well to try and bring it back. Satcheling in, not getting your shots on out. Great little trap play at the very beginning, but RRQ, once they're in the site, they have the right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunt to come out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiator utility always work for a kill. And now RRQ will find themselves on the map point with the lead going back onto their now defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Chairs. Thank you
for the tail end of this
map
too. Just getting shut down time and time again at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Could be something that RRQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so rewarding if they can find it.
Oh my days. Oh my days.
However, he falls.
It's okay, we know.
The duel up by a mailroom then. So PRX, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear up back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ for what it's worth. Something. He wins the duel against Crazy Guy. Advantage for PRX into the B side.
1v3 OT again.
The flash is Jemkin. He wants to do the party. He wants to do the damage.
And he's holding.
Kill Jemkin. That guy has to go down.
Cushy up by the right side.
Yeah, this guy is the problem.
The triple. Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
4v4-1 somehow.
Devi's coming from though. He's got the ult. The time right now for Devi to get in his head.
Oh my god, oh my...
Slowly skulking forward, Jemkin marks the angle, and that will be that. The map ends in the very first OT.
See, we gotta kill Jemkin, bro! In game, like he has to go down first. The guy's a problem.
Out of a rough situation,
how many kills did he get in the end? In game, by the way, in game, I'm not talking about like being weird, toxic or anything. I meant to like kill him in game. He gotta go. You know what I mean, right?
God damn it. As PRX throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit.
Unlucky.
Really good adjustment.
How can you say he's shit? He's after watching that game, you say that is insane, bro. This is not. He's here for a reason.
Really fight these scrappy battles that usually PRX are good for.
Y'all can support any teams that you won, but there's no reason to be toxic to other teams. When they do well, they do well.
Kind of push PRX into the palm of their hands.
You guys gotta see things differently, man.
OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a fourth
shit,
map
he did well.
into this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we gotta go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they hold the angles on the map against PRX. And that's why those brawls are coming out in advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map, of course. Like, let's get 5, baby.
Well, I find it crazy that you can talk shit about someone that just dropped 30k and they just won. Take that back.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that is RRQ's map. We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up finally. I felt like they were here to play. Jimkin was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the brimstone. So much better. Goodness. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here. It's that 350s from RRQ.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds won, you had some clutches won, you had some man disadvantage situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays and honestly, some really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split. And I feel like RRQ kind of playing the new meta version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say, Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive. Going down 0-2 is a huge mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that overtime one.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right?
Bro,
especially
Crazy Guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died to that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on site, right? with how he's calling the and of course Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because, as we mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later.
PRX gotta end this phase
so encouraging.
so I can rank.
Because there's so many
catch up 11 games, bro.
That really came out. We're going to go through
Holy
some highlights
shit, bro.
here and particular things that we wanted to point
I'm gonna
out.
somehow start hacking in this game and winning 11 games in a row, and then I can go to bed happy.
They like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into E main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game.
Yesterday games were insane, no?
This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a
I don't know, bro. It's just my horrible personality.
It's a split second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the judge over to Monyet as they see the pit on split side.
One more time, I'm done. Yesterday was insane with the AFKs and shit. What the hell was yesterday games? And people were just throwing. They go like, I don't know how many toxic games I got, and then they just leave the game and they go AFK XD.
It's a very PRX thing to do.
Yeah, they've just
Holy shit, that's insane,
unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that's that blood still.
The best one
him, right? What do you think
is when we lose the pistol rounds 2-0, right? GG. GG. It's over. We lost. GG. What? It's 2-0, bro.
Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the Raze and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monyet wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map too. Well, here he is, coming and swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PRX, this was an
thinking
overtime.
about
And of course,
playing the game
PRX,
stresses
each
me out.
round, we're not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got
so
them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Ismail, thank you for the 2 months.
Shot, he's breaking his opponent's
Variety.
wrist. Usually
If I
it's
win
the
my
other
game,
way
sure.
around. For Jemkin, though,
Bro, I'll
you can
play
see the
any
mechanics,
variety
the
games that you guys
crosshair
want. I
placement.
just need to
He's
win.
anticipating every peak. You cannot catch this man off guard.
Somehow,
Even in the
I just need to
last
stop
round with
getting
Device trying to
AFKs.
flank
Like,
him in through
if I
heaven
lose
side, he's sitting on
an
that
equal
off
game,
angle, waiting
5v5,
for you
you know,
to peek him.
we're
This
just
is
not
why
as
Jemkin,
good
for me,
as the
is
other
best
team we
Yoru
lose.
in the
Okay.
VCT. Yeah, very
But
absolutely
it's just
disgusting.
not fair when people just
I think he
rage
just does
quit
such a great
on
job.
my
Such a
games.
great fit for him on this
They never
agent, and,
AFK
you know,
on the
I think
opponent
if they
team.
want
It's
RRQ
always on
wanna
my
have a
team
chance
that they
in this
just go
best of five,
AFK. They lose
this
2
man.
rounds.
This man almost always leads from the front, and he's
They
at
just
his
go
best when he's
AFK,
getting
like, I
set
don't
up from his
understand.
team, and he's allowed to express
Okay,
his
though,
own
I'll leave
individual
my
brilliance,
rage for
and he
later.
took
There's no
over
point
this
raging
map.
about it
7
now,
first
but
bloods, 32 kills, 2.2
fuck?
KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said,
But
I could
yesterday
do one
was
better.
insane.
Yeah, give me your. I mean,
The
there
amount
are
of games that
there are
shit happened
agents
was
and players
holy
that really
shit,
just
bro.
make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes
all good.
perfect sense with the way he plays and
Greetings,
just how he's able to
greetings.
utilize his
Indeed,
agent.
indeed.
And you know, it works so well, especially on maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl,
Best of luck,
we
thanks.
may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind
depressing.
of comp they want to be
Actually
running
depressing.
on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw
Well, but-
PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they
I don't know,
were feeling,
Valorant
and the game
rank
got
feels
so
very unplayable at
scrappy.
the
I do feel
moment.
like they're a lot
It's
sharper
just
since then, so they should be
not
able to
something I would
execute it
ever
better, but I am
recommend,
curious
even
if
to
they're
my
gonna
worst
change
enemy.
away from this Phoenix. This is
just
a comp that
unplayable as hell. I don't
RRQ
know
know
what is
very
wrong.
well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people though. Because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way. But RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I feel like for Pearl, I don't know, PRX just looked very comfortable with that kind of competition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change up some things in their play. But perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was kind of a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting. Because at times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl from both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. But you can't have gaps in your map pool in a whole best of 5, guys. You've got to be playing your way through the entire pool.
50 seconds,
so
holy.
This is going to be a true test of who has figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of 5s. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of 3, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole,
Coming for a
think
job.
both
I would
these
give it
teams
to
might
him,
write
bro.
off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might.
What do you mean?
That's a second phase ban.
Like, if he wants it,
But
if
someone has to
PRX
win,
can
so
pay him
somebody
enough, and if
snowballs
they,
a lot of momentum
like, I
forward
wouldn't
from
get,
this
I would
victory
get
as
cut
we move
out
towards what could potentially
just for
be
him to get signed.
Especially since, you know, we have
He
both
mentioned
teams
me?
did
He don't
win the
know
maps
who
where
I
we had
am.
1-1.
Yeah.
So
He don't know I
you
exist.
mentioning Pearl as
I can
a
tell
swing
you
map,
that.
that's very, very likely. And I do love
No, I'm
it
not
when
even
teams are
kidding.
really
Like,
just like,
if
it's
I
more
can
like
be
pick your
cut
poison,
out and he
especially in
can
the
be
best of
part of
5,
PRX,
right?
if he
You have Pearl coming
accepts
up and it's
maybe like
no, you know what,
not
we
a
really
$1 million
gotta push this.
contract or
We
anything like
believe
that.
We have a solid game plan on this. It just
Yeah, that's
didn't work
fine.
out the few times.
What did he
but let's
say?
bring it out
He asked me to go and die or
now.
something.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy here.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to
No
be
way
playing
he
that
knows I
double duelist
exist,
yet
bro.
again with the Neon Yoru. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yoru and
How's
the
that
Neon,
even
and you have the
possible?
Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off. off. They will start out on attack. PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, PRX only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Divide has a lot to do against this double duelist.
I just got 2 tier 3s in a row.
To take this map, we'll throw it over to our casters, Quang and Komodo, for our third map.
Am I getting bottom? I just got 2 tier 3s.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know,
thank you, Vic. Thank you for the tier 3. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you for the tier 3. What the hell?
Back to where the train left the station, though, for PRX. The game against DFM.
I never had that happen before. What the hell? Thank you so much.
Overtime. Akame trying to deliver the absolute
but for reals though, I think
brilliant factor in that game, just couldn't get
we all know
he's
basically part of PRX in some ways, right? Even though he's not officially signed.
Meanwhile, for RRQ,
I don't know if we can ever afford him. If he wouldn't mind taking maybe not $1 million a month kind of thing.
Instead of the Vice.
Never know, it might happen.
Well, see maybe who can do their best Margaret impression.
Why do you have Spicyuuu in your name? Wait, what?
Stella.
They both want to go in for those fights.
Let's go
rather
indeed.
than taking their time with things, buying out time with the shear wall and such. Right now, it's
Thank
drone
you for
info, and
I can't.
We've avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say how much is that going to force PRX to rotate a little bit to the A site, but you got to remember it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian. So we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art play comes out for PRX. Meanwhile, B is kind of free reign, free territory, right? You
that is so out of personality cost.
Start to pivot on back. Not really
that
seeing any overinvestment.
Yeah, not you. Who are you?
Oh, now they start to get
what? Thank you for the tier 3. Waste your money. Stupid. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the tier 3.
Go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice,
that's so
towards the A site,
out of the
blue.
Teams
have the shear that cuts off
refund, no.
mid towards A main.
Technically you can, but I'm not gonna tell you. I just did.
To hear a turret or something, right? So
thank you.
Now the utility all comes towards this.
For the free money.
You know what's happening. It's gonna have to be a
Thank you. I say thank you, bro.
Retake where Crazy Guy is
in another. He's in another postcode.
He's in the Omega dimension.
Yeah.
Omega lol. Thank you.
God, that's gonna be a real tricky one.
Yo,
PRX,
this is the first time it has ever happened. No tier 3s in like 3 tier 3s in a row.
Somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside the Vibe begin to.
Oi.
By the way, Crazy Guy's noted now.
Oi.
So not too bad. PRX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PRX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from Hall. PRX completely crushed up into sight because
thank you for the 100 gifted and 1,000 bits. What the?
Who
are you?
That's problem for PRX where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They
what the hell?
Push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when
what
the
hell?
site is just given. You know, you've got a
but RRQ just won!
Well to have the
how could you? And I'm just kidding.
You're not
thank you for the 100 gifted subs and the 1,000 bits.
These are gonna need to be some scenarios where PRX have to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right?
Sorry, YouTubers, that's basically money.
Gonna be happy as Larry, so if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really gonna work for them.
Thank you so much, Elliot.
Just coming into the second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes
crazy,
on this map,
bro.
of course. For something bringing
that is insane.
Marshall, need to see him connect with
money.
Shots. Maybe not fall first.
Okay.
Just hold on to it for now.
Thank you, bro.
RRQ though.
Thank you.
If we're talking about something falling first.
Hey, let's not sugarcoat it, man. I just got paid.
I mean, it is the second.
I just got paid for today. It's over. I'm not streaming today. After this game, I am queuing up rank. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What can you do?
For wasting your money.
Team here, but do you have the shots?
I'll stop now. I'm sorry.
Out of the smokes, they're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to overwhelm.
Oh, win streak can't stop here, bro.
And he gets a third, a brilliant flash, but Jemkin will snuff him out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshall, but Jemkin on an absolute tear.
Dude, the one that was shitting on Jemkin just now is insane. I think, bro,
one-on-one, different scenario potentially. Lion share damage done by Jing. Like if he got that kill as well.
Thank you, Grass Toucher. Thank you for the tier 1.
Monstrous performance to come out from him on the.
Yeah, we gotta kill Jemkin in game. I need to stop saying it like that. How would you phrase it? We need to put Jemkin down, put Jemkin away, put Jemkin away. Oh, wait, okay, that sounds better. We need to take down Jemkin. We need to stop Jemkin.
Carrying that over towards this one now, the bonus round for PRX.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back.
But the first word that guy said was Tagalog.
Salvos as well, and
So I putang ina mo gago bobohin, bro.
By the sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Gotta run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your team to come on over.
That was insane though. What the hell? I just got
Waiting
8. I
for
can't
the
believe
right
it.
time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot
Thank
hands to
you, man.
block out position.
Oh,
but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, off to the next.
Yo, PRX, what is happening?
Oh!
Cushy nearly came away.
Can I take this out?
There.
I think I look like a fool. I just saw myself in the camera and I, oh holy shit, what is that?
RRQ to find. Just one alive.
Look like Mickey Mouse on drugs.
Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional
just side-eye my
coming
webcam.
towards that round
Holy shit.
makes things really awkward for PRX too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting
No.
in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Pat.
Can keep one.
Scoped in with the
That's fine,
bulldog.
I think.
You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack.
2 is too much, bro.
I think all
Thank you,
10 players have the
Kuyen.
Thank you for the tier 1.
to do that right now in this map.
What the hell?
Push us to a map
Where are all
5,
these subs
maybe.
coming from?
Patman with the stability though.
Go for the 3 buns.
3-2
Resub
stack.
day.
Towards the A site now. Drone in early to back it on up as well. Monyet to be sent on in. Devi has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Yeah, quick bulldoze, quick contact, and PRX has no choice.
Only if it feels different, right? I know.
Planted.
Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much is really
Like
gonna
if we
provide.
lose, it'll be okay. NT will
That makes things so awkward
get it
as
back
well,
next
doesn't it?
time.
Oh, give
But
up
if
your
we
life
lost
for the
yesterday's,
lockdown,
holy
but
fuck,
PRX
it's
will
over.
Continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cool off
Oh,
because of
it's,
that ult.
it's more chill.
Patman though finds elevation to take the lockdown away. Stuns up from Monyet. Patman with another kill. It's just Xfera left, but he does have vision. Stars up as well. Takes down the first frag. And then for Petman to hold, does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xfera knows, and he times it just right. A Red Bull clutch for
Red Bull gives you
RRQ.
wings.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking,
Wait, are we actually
they're
gonna
starting
lose?
to really navigate these quite
No,
well. But it's
Like
the Rebel
from the
clutch
start
Xfera
today,
not using the grav well too early as
like
well.
I thought it would
Finding
be
just the
over
catch first.
from the first game, right?
Completely unfazed by that.
The first game that we
Reset
watched,
PRX
it
a
felt
little
like,
bit coming
aha,
into
today
this new
easy
round
ball.
too. Something with an
3-0.
outlaw, blades in
Good
one.
night, everybody. What the
Nobody
fuck?
seen towards the
This is
B side
kinda-
here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX
Oh.
does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently
Sus.
just
I mean, it's
so
not
much
over,
info into
but, like,
A
huh.
site.
Yeah,
Thought it would
Jing as
be
well
fast,
on
fast.
the Phoenix, right?
Did
No
you-
flashes.
Hey!
So it's good timing on the Nebula at least
What
to
do you mean?
stave off any
I'm a
rush
blessing,
attempts from
bro.
RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment,
Not everything's a jinx.
you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ, they change up their own approach now as well, which if they continue this one, Quack.
Just
Quack.
checking out the back, and they've noted that PRX had pushed up before, so trying to work around that. But yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until
Yeah. Does have to play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
hasn't it been oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh.
Still holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
Oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds, and RQ needs to stick a plant.
Too far.
Yeah, unfortunate something. Tried to find his moment, but RQ denies it.
Makes things really hard, though. No blades, just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out from Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken
down
30
their
HP
mouse.
will be quickly
Oh, what's
dealt with, and
happening?
RRQ marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as PRX, right? You don't have the round count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX, a little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Whoa. We're on map 3.
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming out from Alex.
Yes. He's got to
Oh my god,
press
Alex!
the pause
Joe!
button and
What the fuck?
bring
I've
him
never
back
seen
in.
him
Reset time.
hit himself like
In the
that. What the
mental
fuck?
capacity.
Bro,
It feels like.
Alex!
Always one of these games, always some of
Oh
these
my
moments where
days,
you
bro.
have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin
What
to get
the
into this
fuck?
mentality
Oh,
where you
God.
want to find kills to bring yourself back
Oh
to
yeah,
the game,
he
but that's not always how it
he's
works.
done.
Thinking about that, right? Who was doing a lot
Very
of the
cooked, very
light share kills
cooked.
when we think to map 1 in this series,
What
right?
the
We
fuck?
saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking
Oh,
space,
God.
taking names. We even had something
I
trying
wanna
to still
hear,
do what he could,
like,
you know, on the Brimstone, but it
what
really
he's
was
saying right now.
Forsaken on Fracture for PRX. You move it on to Split. It's Forsaken and Jing.
Poor
right?
guy,
Something
though.
getting up there
Like,
as well,
everyone
but it feels like
laughs
all
at
these,
Alex when he
duels that
gets
he's
mad.
taken,
Wait,
he's
that's
losing
you
his life,
guys!
first,
That's what you do to
right?
me,
Yeah.
you fucking
6
idiots!
first deaths
Is that how you
on
see
the
it?
previous map of Split.
I just realized.
And I know
That's
it's
how you
early
see me.
stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm
Oh.
there and jumped out
It's
wide
fucked up.
into the open, and there's
stings.
members there already.
Wait a minute.
A little bit of a
Actually fucked up.
wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry.
Interesting.
Starved for these moments.
Oh, I see it
Just
now.
He hasn't found them. RQ.
Why you
meanwhile.
guys think that's
Change up for PRX.
funny? It's not.
Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out
But I get
towards
it.
the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but PRX are actually
Jinx,
holding
why?
up
What did I
through A
say?
main. Meanwhile,
I didn't jinx my
Dimensional
team.
Drift at B.
I think.
PRX will find Xfero, something almost nearly losing his life, but still the sight handed
Wow.
over onto RQ. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however, fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive though, and it's the Vi who stops it.
But Jemkin's still alive, remember?
And he's
Kill
still able to
Jenkins!
hold it out
Take
by
him
Miles
down!
Cushy
In
once
game!
again, but not able to get
Oh
the
yeah, this
spike
guy,
planted.
this
There's
guy.
a full minute though, and Jemkin
You gotta go,
Crash.
man.
Grab the spike, maybe
has
get out.
flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he
2v1.
knows he's trying to play safe.
2v1. Calm
They
down.
know that Jemkin's looking for the spike plant, and that's the precise moment when Devi
Phew.
swings out at the right time.
This is the final boss.
Not really
bro.
a crossfire that they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give PRX an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly, too. You note at the end there in that 2 versus 1 that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate. Can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1.
Oh, my nose.
You destroy a bit of the economy, though, as RRQ. You force them for a bit of a lesser buy, though they did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monyet ahead of the curve, down for the count.
And PRX upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken, though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah, needed to see a lifeline thrown to PRX to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken, though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive. You got to judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team. But into the smokes, nothing really found. Cushy, reading the situation, continues to push into Link.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for RRQ? Do they stay B? Do they leave?
Certainly not. That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as PRX, and that's where it gets
Cushy.
so darn confusing. Cushy, another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Patman Forsaken are confused on what to do.
Holy shit.
Where are they going? And, well, back into B, now you know, but at this point, how can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but Cushy's already found you from behind. RRQ, masterclass
going
at working
on?
the map.
That's phenomenal from Cushy. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over
What the
in
actual
the
fuck is
AR
going
side
on?
of things, I think we need to see how those ones did result where they're knife out duels. He caught something and then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to
Yeah,
and
we
fro. Come A,
already
don't come A,
qualified.
Stay B. Cosmic Divide invested too. Let's
It's just
focus
whether we
our
play for
head. We've got
finals
the round
tomorrow.
back. PRX absolutely shut down back onto the pistols yet
About
again.
it.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's
Worry
one away from
about
lockdown.
it.
Cushy being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
Yeah, PRX, all the pistols, but RRQ ready for the play.
Okay.
They are able to mow every single
The
PRX
copium would
player
be
down.
we are on shitty
And it's
guns.
just Forsaken left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. RRQ just drop a single member in Jemkin, Forsaken. I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for
wait,
RRQ
what?
here,
How does that work? Okay,
there's
I'm
another
not
member
sure
you're
what
gonna redrop
EWC
anyway,
is.
so this is a good round
Like,
four.
apparently
And
that's
the
something
turret,
that you
okay.
play
Not
here
yet.
to qualify for.
We've seen him, but
I don't know what
took
that
a little
is.
time to continue holding mouse one. Cushy though, fully aware.
The
just
tournament.
needs one
Okay,
bullet.
so do we
that
need
will
to
be it.
win this to qualify for
Two,
that tournament?
RRQ holding some good leads here. Some great shots coming on through. They can afford a couple of
Am I a boomer
mistakes
to the
here
point
and
where I have
there
no
for
idea what
sure.
that is?
But this is where
Okay,
you would
Esports
consider
World
the,
Championship. So we
big
have to win
blow
this.
soon, right?
Like this
They're
one that
able
you're
to
watching
save
right now?
another big gun
Only
round
top
from
two.
PRX. Well,
Ah.
maybe they start to derail this train.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can
what
just
the
laugh
fuck?
on that situation. That's good. It happens.
Jesus
PRX
Christ.
aren't laughing though.
No, absolutely not.
Only
See what they've got in store for us on this round. As mentioned,
so
Jing still
top
holding
two
onto the
goes
run-it-back,
to
6 point
1 million?
ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge success
What?
on a map like Pearl.
1 million?
And even with the op back in as well, not spotting too much out. The entire PRX
Oh,
core
really?
on the A site needs to hold true.
What?
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact that he loses that duel is super awkward.
Oh.
The fact that the lockdown takes a while to come in.
Not that I get any of that, but you know.
Disrespected into the site. Can establish a plant here as RRQ look to hold it with numbers.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for PRX is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing, though, in with a run it back, just fully pushes out. Something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and RQ have a crossfire set
what?
up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jim
Here's something
holding
new
up the
to me.
stairs now, and he goes Dimensional Drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken.
This is we're winning the
picking one
2v1s
back
against
up
Jemkin,
for
bro.
PRX.
In another universe, we would have lost every single round. But in this universe, we are trained.
At the end by
Trained.
PRX, despite losing Devi early on, no more smokes available.
I don't know.
Just trying to
I
take
don't
it
know
into
what's
their
going
own
on.
hands.
We
Something.
won that round.
And Forsaken.
Thought today
Trying
would
to see
be
what
a
they
lot
can do.
easier.
It feels like in that ends
for
there
us.
when the Dimensional Drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie
Forsaken's
things up.
such
But
a
you still got to
jokester,
chip
man.
away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still leaning towards this A side.
I think he's the type that would laugh at his own jokes.
There's going to be no info
When
from
nobody's
PRX.
laughing.
They're going to have to try and have a focal point towards
I
winning
think
this
so.
main fight.
Precisely that. PRX hasn't really played this position, and that's why RRQ, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though, at the right time, the C's as well, and PRX continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just the leave A? We've seen too many members.
Yeah, looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent.
Yeah,
up
well,
from
that's
connector,
true.
though,
I guess
forcing
Jing would
it.
always laugh at his
A
jokes.
slight angle, but also RQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to
Something
something. He's got to watch the angles.
In my
The
jokes are funny, what the
overdrive.
fuck?
Can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does. In with the tailwind as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite
Oh my
weapon.
God, it's-
Might be stunned
Ah,
out
he's
now, but
stuck, he's so
able to
stuck.
keep himself alive for just a second longer until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Devi has to use the Cosmic Divide here for this retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15, and Crazy Guy finds Jing.
Such support.
17
It's the
million?
angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The operator being marked down as well, but because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2, and Patman goes in for the swing.
Patman.
What confidence?
2v1 again.
He's down to
So
Xfero.
far, we have not been throwing any
Undetected so
2v1s,
far.
I don't think.
Sleuths.
Our 2v1s
forward.
have been
Cosmic Divide up.
great.
Gravity well as
Okay.
well, and it's in for Patman, but still
All
Defy once again. Kalish Rashidi clutching up for PRX.
We've seen Devi use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something, Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos to make him a little bit hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from PRX. They will have to contend with yet another investment of RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
And hopefully if you're a PRX fan, That might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but
I
still...
track you guys down.
Oh, 4 members.
Wow, pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op. And then for the curveball, look at this. Flashes for flashes, and Jemkin is
Every time they do this push, I get deja vu.
Yeah, that's commanding, isn't it, there?
From a
Now
long
you've got
time ago.
The information noted that Kushi is up through the street, but you don't...
The full A
necessarily
rush.
need to go in the duel, right? You see that this
They
is
push
an investment
A,
from RRQ.
and they were all 5 men
You know
like
that
pushing
if you
A
win
as
this
well
round,
on
you're
the other
resetting
side.
them come last round of the half, where what?
What
They
game
might
was
be
that?
picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close
Yeah,
to really
it's
anything
been
else bar
a long time,
Xero
bro,
needing to find
doing
2
that.
picks, 2 ulti points. So this was a much needed round for PRX.
If you're PRX, I mean, you're happy to play the next round a little bit slower. That's why this push-up A main was just so unexpected, but well-crafted by the team. We've seen multiple ultimates for Jing now already in this first half as well. He's able to possibly pull off yet another in the next round.
Song. Deja vu.
Wondering for RRQ,
what initial
are you
D?
happy enough on the
Their
attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far. Over on Fracture, that, well, it was 13-2. You had 2 rounds on defense, and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share, or 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
Do people play more MLBB or do they play more Wall Rift?
To consider.
Oh, hey.
There are a lot of supportive fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards
That's so random.
well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4
That's the first time they showed it, no?
And
MLBB?
big old duel for
Really?
RRQ.
Oh boy.
I've been playing a lot of Wall Rift. Maybe it's time to go back to MLBB.
Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots.
I cannot find my rank
though,
cues.
looking for space, but silence. The judge will not be able to sound off. Something in with another angle being held as well, and it's all of a sudden just Crazy Guy left alone in the cold. He doesn't find anything. It's
Second most watch
Xero
esports. There's no
who
way,
has
bro.
to find more.
There's no way.
Noted too.
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman
6-6 half.
will pick up that tied up score.
Yuck, yuck.
Trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow focused on those crosshairs again for PRX. You've only really got one angle to watch when you're stampeding up through the main like that. So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row from PRX.
Yo,
So
chill. You guys are angry about the laughter?
Happier now, as opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I played MLBB before I played Valorant.
Clarify, right? Well, we
Like,
do
before
see
Valorant
kind
was
of go off
MLBB.
in that-
I
in that,
understand, bro.
coaching booth.
What do you think?
I
Oh,
believe in
hello,
the
pretty
actual
girl!
calls and timeouts himself. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant
just hide
is
here
their life
when
when
they're
they're
over.
here, right? It's always on their mind.
I played
They're
Horif
trying to
back then.
Improve. They're
Horif
trying to
was
do their
meta
best.
back then, bro.
They're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these overseas plays happening. They want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions. They want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
Okay.
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these.
Yeah, I know
very
MLBB is really
crucial
popular in,
moments,
like, Southeast
pivotal
Asia.
moments. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl. RRQ looking for a possible second map win, because the upcoming ones just never quite know what to expect. PRX so far, though, with the momentum being found, 4 rounds in a row.
All right, time to go back to that game. Lol. Unless Valorant lets me win my games today. That's a threat, Valorant. That is blackmail right there. Please let me win.
A bit of this utility over through
11 games in a row, bro. Fucking hell.
That they've got A main control. looking elsewhere around the map, giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need to reposition. And now get Crash out of there.
Info found, and rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across. Forsaken, possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick, though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
And I'll tell you what is just as quick. It's going to be PRX with the double duelist, looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside.
Hello?
But the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and Xfero off to the back, and it's Monyet as well. PRX once again looking for the trades to find more space, and they found it. It's just Crazy Guy left.
And they saw where those salvos came from, too.
To know exactly where he is. Do they push up, though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy to contend with until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners, harking the walls, but Forsaken will be a little bit more
Oh my god, let's
precise.
just win this.
Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ
Please.
that they've got A main control. If no one of PRX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look
someone's
to
spamming
break in
emotes
towards the
on
B side, isn't it?
the top.
The Blaze wall as well that you got to contend against, rather.
Gotta support myself,
Allows
bro.
for the play
What does
in
it
towards
do,
the
though?
halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PRX again at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over
Bro,
on
I'm not
Fracture.
asking for that much.
Especially
I'm just
back
asking to break
hall, when you
even.
consider it's Jing with the flashes.
Just let me go back to where I
continuously
was
sends them
a
out,
few days
just
ago.
keeps
Holy
RRQ at
shit,
bay.
it's not that hard, is it?
Off to the next round, then you've got decent
Fucking
buy-ups,
shit,
2
bro.
Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run in the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, let's just plan open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and throw caution to the wind.
I don't know what time Toronto games will be.
Spike, you know,
But I assume like
standard anti-eco things when you don't
12
go for a
hours
bit of a
difference
force fight.
from this game.
So little by little, PRX will creep in towards this
Around
B
like
site. But there,
that, I think.
bits of
4
utility
AM
there.
for me.
Go for the plant, and then let's just see what RRQ have for us. If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though,
These lower
there's a very
finals.
big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're
2
so
AM would be
quick to
great.
get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
I don't know
hungry.
what time
But
they would
again,
start the games.
It's SEA.
2 AM would
We
be perfect for me.
expect
Holy shit, that would be
literature.
amazing.
We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, Salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely. Well, it's a
He's dead to the
Marshall.
spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so
I'm sad.
there we go. Everybody
Oh,
going
good.
down with the ship. Something. Farewell, Captain.
Better than giving them a free
8 to
kill.
6. PRX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights that go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for
Fucking
on this
hell.
Teho
Oh,
as
shit.
well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astra Star utility
so
as well,
loud?
they'll gather the control of the A
Thank
main.
you, Elliot,
seeing
for the
something
1,000
in
bits.
return
What the
from
hell?
PRX.
I'm not sure.
You would take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner.
I'll let you guys know when the time is closer. Thank you so much for the
Finally,
1,000
there's a
bits,
bit of a
dude.
difference, right?
God,
It's
that's
something
loud.
actually winning the duel this time.
What the fuck?
Possibly more space in the B site. You do
Thank you,
have
thank you,
Cushy,
thank
who
you.
has been on a hot streak
I'm not sure.
on the
I'll
other
let you
end,
guys
though.
know when a date is
Hanging up
closer.
by Link, but he gets blocked out by the hot
Thank you.
hands.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
It
from
wasn't
Jing,
loud for
isn't
you
it?
guys
One away
too.
from the runner back
We're
at the
live in
moment, and
YouTube
you're looking to
and
potentially
Twitch.
establish the
Twitch
plan
and
for all
YouTube.
of the numbers here for RRQ.
Whoa. And you just expect the
Nah.
spike corner being planted.
Holy shit,
Monyet
it's so
with a
loud for
great
me.
Spam.
Again,
However,
I'm on
PRX
100% volume.
able
You
to
guys are on
refill
50%.
space.
You're
Forsaken
welcome, by the way.
flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Please.
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun
Thank
to
you for
hold
the
down the
bits, though.
positions,
Thank
but
you.
Monyet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jing, though, with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as
It's
well.
not planted for him. He can just hold it.
1-2-1. Forsaken, he has to run through, but he doesn't have the time. Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round, being picked up.
My days, bro.
Rough at the end, though. Loses his life, too, so no one surviving for RRQ, but they at least will win the rounds, get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well. But my, the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, you get shut down as Patman. There's no time really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planning for it.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round. We should have won it, but you didn't. So
just keep going.
Just have a level head. Recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round. So
yep, they are poor though. Holy shit, look at what they buy.
Take a knee.
I mean, they all died. They all died the previous round, so.
Meanwhile, PRX possibly looking to go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns. They've got the space right now. Something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump peek.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time? It's very common. Jemkin's now going to give it to him, and he doesn't know. He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as PRX still prioritizing this A site by the timing as well. Something is going to get out of a sticky situation. A runner back invested. It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's the PRX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets to site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding off towards the back.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested
Too much?
some upgraded pistols. And they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PRX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade, and a rifle picked up from Monyet.
Yeah, that'll help balance.
I was more scared that 2 of them pushed that shit.
RRQ, you know,
all
one
good
weapon that you can take away from that.
Well,
I mean, an upgraded shield coming in towards the next round.
Oh my god! You guys are gonna do this every goddamn time?
Right? They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
They are.
Holy
now
shit!
It's rounds to best though, right? You've got a full gun round here.
Dude, how are my mods on fucking Twitch and YouTube at the same time? How does this work?
On this map, you've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their chest, but right now, once again, some slight A-main control. Jemkin with the goods.
Yeah, that's great. That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PRX.
No, but typing at the same time is insane, no? What the fuck?
Different approach it will be.
Dude, do you know what Nama's job is supposed to be? Is to look like he's not a mod
I don't mind this
chatting in my chat.
Switching into a
that is what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to chat there like a normal human being, so it doesn't look like I'm only talking to my mods. What the fuck?
As well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back.
I know.
Crazy guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
Yeah, comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PRX out of position. Around the outskirts of the smoke, though, and it's Forsaken, evening out the score! He finds a couple more flanks, and Device sounds off as well. Cushy finds the trade, but he's down to 30 HP.
Killjoy?
It's just something.
Yes,
he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the B-Hub, look at the movement, the airstrafes, down to Cushy's doom!
What is that?
He recognizes that he has time on his side. Great mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse. And then you've got the right weapon at the right time, but you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a...
So he got a 3K, but so did Killjoy.
Given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first duels, they do manage to get the plant, but they bring a little bit of stability to them. And they steal that 4 versus 5 in the post-plant scenario. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for RRQ for the meantime. They need a big discussion here because that's another defensive round that they are not able to find, which means investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it.
Why specifically Alex and Forsaken?
Without the information, without the drones or the HOTS.
Wait, why is Forsaken taller than Alex?
PRX have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster, it's not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence. Right, we're
15 minutes nap, that's gonna cause you more harm.
Right, between the
if you took a 15-minute nap, I think when you wake up, you're gonna feel a lot more tired, dude.
Feels like
I'm not sure yet.
It's still not looking the greatest. And in this sort of scenario as well, are you going to have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, for PRX, that gap just gets wider and wider.
No, they qualified for Toronto, but they're not there yet. They still have to play. Okay, I don't know who, but someone has to play finals tomorrow. Like tomorrow is finals for Pacific.
Now for the ults, you'll pick that up with Death as Jemkin, and you know the space now as well.
I know Genji. I see this one. I don't know who's gonna win.
Just playing to the numbers.
Wink wonk.
As PRX.
Oh, if Monyet finds a kill, could be
Baker played today.
Yeah. Taking a page out of PRX's book, hiding inside the smoke. PRX though, doing their due diligence, they check it. It's a second kill though, and look at that! Relay bolt into the B! Monyet up for a triple!
Not a
thrifty! Prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage, hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it.
What if Genji tomorrow? Genji is already in finals.
Lockdown.
Now we are fighting for the final spot.
Into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that will be somewhat similar to the one before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfero gets a smoke down on the spike and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Cushy finds the kill, Crazy Guy sticking it all the way through. A thrifty round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with RRQ and catching thrifties in this series so far? It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety.
I'm 198 CM, I'm taller than all of them.
The first kill goes the way of
even
PRX.
Alex,
they don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke.
Who's the tallest in the team?
Absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it, but of course
doubled their height.
It's Monyet. It has to be Monyet. What a round.
I did all the heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Is something taller than Alex?
Up 2 more. PRX though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact, turning up the heat right now, aren't they? Straight up through the guns of mid, through towards Art, towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades though, oh no, something!
No!
He's missed them all!
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless, looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. And that's Patman continuing to push up through Secret.
Wait, nice. What the hell happened?
Confounding RRQ.
And you can't do a thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from PRX. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous, don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards Flowers, but Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PRX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a PRX thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from PRX for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's Molly, catching him off guard, yeah.
That was a true and blue W gaming round come
From the new guy too, Patman. He's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A timeout by Coach Ewok and Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver PRX an L in this moment, because this is something they sorely
When I
need.
tilt
This
Q,
doesn't happen.
how does it affect you guys?
Possible 3-1, much
Shut
like
down.
everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to
I mean, we've seen worse.
main information, for example, any team is seeing.
It didn't cost us the round.
That's
what matters.
Let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site. It just plays in towards PRX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now.
What the?
So we really need to see some change-up affairs for RRQ on the back of that timeout there. Need to see 2 rounds in a row, right?
Time for a field test.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning, they're over at B, and you have to see that cheetah rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early. Great lurk to come out from Forsaken, smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there, unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. PRX has been doing this, and it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player, but he gets spotted out because there is a flurry of utility out from the back as well. Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Rough for something though if he sticks here. They're aware of this fact.
In with the nightfall as well as the dimensional drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat, but you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though, something's traded positions with the team. RQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all. A couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
And that just thins down the herd. Jemkin though, another frag. He's marking down to the best of his ability. Sticking down the spike to halfway now. The pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking it in all the way through. Down to the final 0.3 second. RRQ finds a lifeline.
Literally the difference for something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel
Holy
for a situation that you thought RRQ are not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything. But Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. PRX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall, you've got the sight, you might be able to stick the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close, okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out.
Oh my god, end it, please!
Jemkin with the spam, so got the sets out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the back site. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full on spam. Smunyet, how do you like them apples?
Yeah, we got to win the next one.
Oh. Good round from RRQ, needed here. A lighter investment from PRX, double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough though to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main, they've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why main control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got.
I don't want another
4
ulti.
retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control. but a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized. Now an entrapment towards B long. Opening engagements.
Oh, no.
Monyet,
Okay.
they can fall back.
Bro, when I say end it, I don't mean it like that, bro. Not this way, the other way.
Or just the entire team as a whole. Just as soon as the
Holy
round rips
shit.
off. A clone towards the back as well, and PRX
Oh my.
won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh my
Gets
God.
pinged, turns around.
Well, not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Kushi's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well, we've got numbers. We'll just trade you.
So just holding the angles now. Forsaken, though, snuck all the way through the back. If the timing is right, he might be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks. He gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek.
Oh, God.
Just puts up a huge wall, and Petman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch him when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the nth hour of this
It's over. It will
Feels
come
like
down.
RRQ might have found
over.
the right recipe for this defensive side.
It's
in a book
fucked.
hidden deep in that shelf.
Oh my.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand. Map 3 might give them the confidence that they're looking for into map 4. PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site.
I can empty my bladder in 40 seconds!
Pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this scene as well. You got both coaches in the booths, and it looks like a true chess match between both masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not, right? You're a little bit lesser equipped. You don't have the Blade Storm, for example, for something. You do have G1 away from the run it back yet again. I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the Dimensional Drift.
Here she goes.
Judge in mid-doors.
Oh, and it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for
What
check
happened?
as well, but
What the hell?
yet a trigger quicker, and it's going to be PRX reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at main bar, the salvos, right? A deeper nebula, you force your opponents to respect that one. Now you get the information by the alarm bot that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a Dimensional Drift to scope that one out.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to offer the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good timing.
Nano Swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this Cosmic Divide. Start to go for the plant. Ooh, got him.
No way.
That's done. A perfect skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be enough though? PRX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Petman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be.
No.
Defy with possible spam out from, well, a main, but still the shots,
Wait,
the Dimensional Drift, it susses out all. Intelligence has been found, and RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they, on this map, for pretty much the first time since the very beginning stages of the first half, will reclaim the lead.
Match point.
Match point, PRX falling a little bit flat now. Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams, not able to off-put Kushi's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you're just trying to get a plan. All the information from that dimensional drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant.
Oh, win streak, bro!
The job's not done. I have to lock in. You bring out the judge all of a sudden. PRX has no idea.
And it gets scary now as well, right? When you consider the Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is with him too, and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well, and it's RRQ finding advantage. Davai, though, trades it right back up. But there's a lockdown at his feet.
The spike.
He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it backside.
3 versus 3. Davai alive, so smokes for PRX. Timing for Patman. This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it right now. That's a massive duel for Patman to win.
Popped up over, looks for the flick, but it's
Oh,
Chipkin comes up with
He's
it
1
instead.
HP though.
4 HP though.
How long?
PRX might be able to push us into overtime. Jing now with the space. You've got an op being played by Davai as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers.
Hello.
Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has
Another
a molly
OT.
as well. How on earth can Kushi possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life. Swinging off of contact to push us into overtime again.
Could have been extremely awkward if Jing wasn't able to find that trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2 because, I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon
OT again, let's go.
I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location.
It's not
really
over.
trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades
Got cooked for a little bit though.
hands to try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Petman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well.
Yeah.
It's just to surprise Crazy Guy, who...
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the map.
Exactly. I mean, if you play by the book, but Patman doesn't do that, so...
Another overtime.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure mounting, I hear the kettle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Oh, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from PRX, going back to tried and tested, gather the orb, gather the A main control, play on the stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge, expecting a bit of a play, but it's a similar utility. Salvos, Nova Pulse, trap you here.
He's just played DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid. They gotta watch out for the flank. Monyet will be able to slay all of them down. Kushi with the flank now coming through.
I thought the judge was gonna go big.
Able to find one trade. Kushi might have been dealt with, but how do you lead? Spearhead a 2v4. The first thing you gotta deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought. But then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the way towards the back as well. And he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 Davai. Not able to find the burst necessary. RRQ will once again take up the first OT round.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the count, coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT.
0.03.
Establishing a plan.
I know, right? Holy shit.
Kushi delivering the goods.
Holy shit, ever since that round.
Making sure that the numbers were found. He's on
Things are getting a little bit cooked,
now.
man.
He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Kushi to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? PRX. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin.
My God, I can't.
Of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs.
Not
the
quite.
Opening duel, but the timing, the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's just gonna dry walk into it.
You gotta be aware, but no. The dry walk And the damage is felt. Something tries to re-peek into it.
You've got 4 smokes as Devi, and you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Jemkin, Cushy, up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. PRX desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations necessary to propel themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents.
I don't know what to say, bro. What the fuck?
What they deploy.
Yeah, ever since 0.03.
In this installment of the map, and now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1. In favor
Sacrificed
of
by RR. I already did yesterday. I'm not doing it again. What the hell?
For one more map.
Stop it, bro. I have 11 losses, bro. That I need to catch up on. And I will.
Trophy.
And what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today. Just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Bro, we cannot end our winning streak here, bro. We want to end it in Toronto.
Round number 20, where they get their
not now.
4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
But after we qualify, people are gonna start saying that we just start giving up or what?
Team. I mean, crazy guy with the calls where they suddenly pushed up B. Cushy with
the
not insane performance as well. All of a sudden.
Okay, wait, I didn't mean it like that.
Just picked up this year.
No, don't lose it in Toronto too. But like, don't lose it here too.
Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
You know what? No, wait. We need it better. Yeah, no, lose it here. But I don't want to lose.
We are definitely hungry for more.
I don't even know. You know what?
Performances
that
just watch.
We are just viewers. It's fine.
Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though
wait, don't lose it at Toronto. That's even worse. Don't lose it at Toronto. No.
You really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about.
Yeah, so even if we lose here, honestly, it's fine.
Now they've come out.
Shake it off. Shake off everything here.
And if I'm PRX,
really qualified. You know, this one, whatever. It is what it is. Fuck it. Shake it all off here.
Won 3-0. But
not that I want us to lose, but it's okay if we do.
2 maps away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of PRX across a large sample size. Across the best
yes,
of
it is.
They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions are made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monette on B long, dry walking into the but just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team.
At the end of the day, we just tell ourselves
perfect Valorant,
we made
the way
it
that
run
was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close. Like that one round with that diffuse.
Of course he saw
0-3.
And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes.
I see this as more of a chill
whatever
match.
happens, right? But it's that factor of
then like
so special, and
anal blaster match. Yesterday was an anal blaster match, dude. Yesterday was not it, man.
It's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right? Yeah. It looks like a different team, and I mean, I have to say, very, very impressed.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is so they've just.
Okay, but I gotta top up water, you guys. Yes.
And he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do. And then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of Halls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Kushi was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Kushi was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well, and mechanically he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Kushi, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor, the way he was just walking up art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Kushi, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have
I am sitting down.
You can
I'm
just
198
fight
CM, bro.
with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this.
You know what? With what I've said,
so good when
we first played the first map, I think this bot will not be up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I will destroy this bot. This will not be up on YouTube.
Or they're able to find a nice timing.
So nobody can hold it against me.
They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ.
You know what's going to be this bad, bro.
You can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Kushi. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off-roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Kushi, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who's also that rookie. And I mean, I feel like Kushi's really, really stepping up in the way he's able to play. And, you know, to come alive in these big best of 5s, to really hard carry.
What?
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage. Yeah. One of the highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very, very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays much more natural fitting to their style, where RRQ we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox, that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well.
Or 1-2, mate.
So I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool. So I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for stage 1. So I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence. So I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think of course, it's these two teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds where it gets like, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As a T1 fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, all of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both PRX and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox. So don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Sorry, they're still taking a break? Did I hear that wrong? A quick break? Like, again? What? Really? What do you mean by that? What do they mean by a quick break? Done! This part, yeah, it's way over, man. This is Gyudon. That is door. Oh, I guess I don't have a chair.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Three minutes? Oh my! 3 minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay. Gyoza's on the floor right now, staring at me like I don't know what I owe him. La 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 la, oh my god, the music's not stopping. Cult of personality. Howdy howdy, like a bag of Takis. I'm the shit. The shit. Holy shit. Like I can't play anything when they're on a break. Gotta say something during the break, so don't get copyright striked and shit like that. Fucking hell. Gang, 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 gang. Oh shit, I mean, I could go 20 seconds of silence, I guess. How is this any better? Don't jump on my table yet. Thank you! Holy shit!
Stage 1 lower final where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our 4th map of the day. Icebox, potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo and Jet.
Not
Jemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very, very different role over on the side of PRX. Exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against PRX. So they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PRX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PRX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
I don't have a chair.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox.
One cat is trying to jump on the table.
We do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. We'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PRX are going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map, and Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Sparrow looking for the swing, looking for the picks.
My cats just do not sit still. One have to bite the wire, pull the wire, one has to go all over the table.
Soon. Divine with the turret up, checks towards the back. Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit.
He's been hitting his shot with the Sheriff today. Oh, he got one.
He did get one tag too. One's Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And then it's going to be now Crazy Guy trying to hold down from under Raptor, but he's alone, so entirety PRX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PRX.
Are we actually going to go all 5 maps
for those that may have been joining us, PRX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. So currently ahead of the curve on that one. And if history is going to stay in continuation, they probably won't see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol
so
round,
far
right?
for the 3-0 at the beginning, huh?
PRXing. What is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round, though.
What, 3-0? You tell me. Holy shit.
Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy. So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of PRX.
A lot of trust.
It's a best of 5.
But a lot of recognition
if
from the side of
RRQ wins
PRX
this,
as well.
it's over. If we win this, we play one more.
So X-Pharaoh's gone. And also, possible outlaw plays. PRX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy will just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for PRX, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things. Play quite patiently. Wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Back hurts now.
Big salvos, PRX pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's but still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a confident duel against Patman. He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you got Something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found. Something for the swing, and that's been quickly denied. Monyet now with a double kill back sight. Patman then pushes up, but at this point, he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the, well, the wall that might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? RRQ are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the third kill.
That's a scenario as well where PRX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the side itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site. Something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double too. They're not able to get the trades. Bit of a fumble from PRX there, but a big, deep dig for RRQ to get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though, got to wait out for this orb, dash across with a good flash, force PRX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angle is possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PRX out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, Crazy Guy sets it off by Yellow, and it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much on the time. Devi slowly
he doesn't
around
know.
Rosie, around Yellow. Spike still going off though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Devi has no clue and needs to tap onto the spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off. He gets into PRX's minds. The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You got to be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet, working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well for RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile.
I didn't know that happened.
1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they're off-put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Devi, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you've just dropped, irretrievable. 50 seconds to go. And it's to the drawing board for RRQ, the silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Shitty buys.
Something in position as well. Oh, but the swings wasn't great. Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
And now the lockdown as well.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monyet up around the back of Yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get the burst.
Oh, nice shot!
Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the Sheriff. That shock dart will finish off Monyet.
Wait, how are we winning this round?
1v3.
Okay, wait, what?
And PRX will finish the thrifty, the Sheriff shots, the utility, back in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, our outs kind of got cooked there, but if we win the round, it's worth.
When they needed it the most. So a round back to PRX. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Blade Storm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, not nothing. Nada shots out with the Sheriff of Patman, doing enough damage for the shock dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PRX.
Young people with their energy.
Getting it towards
standing up and shit.
RRQ to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own.
Yeah, he used to be in PRX.
Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the op now all of a sudden, but that 0 point
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too. Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down.
I mean, realistically speaking, let's just say...
Duelist battle.
Let's just say, if I ever played pro, which I won't, I know, let's just say, okay.
Cushy though.
I will never fucking stand up, bro. It's too much energy consumed.
RRQ, however, has
by
snuck
just
up
standing up.
two.
Holy shit, bro.
It's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Batman
has to be aware, doesn't he?
But would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something. Oh, with the Viper's Pit as well. Petman happened to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on the Cushy earlier and then
never again,
he
bro.
couldn't drop himself to get rezzed too.
My
so
heart
this is where
started
things
beating
become
really fast.
really awkward.
After
Cushy down
I
the count
moved a
now,
little
2
bit.
versus 4.
Petman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xpharaoh, 30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over onto the A site.
It's the mind games right now, isn't he? What can you do? How do you toy with them? But you really can't.
If you're PRX, you don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get
14,
the plan.
13, 12.
Run towards the A site, and
That's
if anyone looks to sacrifice him,
Hello.
And no problems here. Jing with the huge sprint, just bound to
Demon One
bound,
stood on
picks
the
up that
table?
headshot.
he would have had to sprint earlier on, and then
I did
potentially
not
plan in
see
the
that.
open,
He
where
stood
Jing would have been
on
right
the
him, and
table.
then, you know, remove him off the spike plant, you
Holy
win the round,
shit,
kill him, you win the round. That duel,
During a
most
game?
importantly on a crazy guy before the pit, just is able to come in position.
Yeah, that's my first time
It
hearing
just
that one.
begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin.
Of
Jemkin was one away
stood
from
on
the
the
ult.
table?
I mean, from the ult, and that's
When he won
exactly why
against
Something pushed
PRX?
up front.
It's more
How do I
important
not
the fact
remember that happening at all?
PRX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got
Oh, the
some
live
favored,
cameras didn't catch it,
you
but
know,
there's...
weaponry and ability.
What?
Indeed. Still though,
I did not know that
half
happened,
buys up
bro.
for RQ now.
You see, no, I've never
Retake
seen
scenario towards the A
him
site,
standing
play
on the
back of your
table.
filter Utility, alarm bot noted. Nanos, he counts a couple of seconds and then you
I don't
pop
know
them
what
as well.
that meme is.
Stave them off with the wall.
I'm gonna look that up
Have you
later.
bought
What the
enough
fuck?
time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Everyone's just hovering around looking for
We're
the
getting
duels.
fuzzy.
Hot
I don't know if
flash.
it's my memory failing me or I
Kills
just
going
did not know
over.
that happened.
And it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is. The effects
I'll
being
look-
felt
I'll
from
look
the
it up
previous
later.
round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo-duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike
we have time.
still getting defused by PRX.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, and all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just Devi able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ are going to be deploying a timeout.
PRX keeping things somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages, and then they've lost the advantages, and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime?
Is EMEA playing today?
They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PRX. We've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
Who's playing?
And they've won. What I'm saying is, Komodo, you know, one kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RQ completes it?
Oh, both spots for Torrents. Ooh.
And this time the positions have been swapped around.
bit of a change when you don't have a lot of
Wait,
the
honestly,
ability as
I'm not gonna
RRQ.
lie. I know I have
Standard dark
11
ball
losses to
forward
catch
as
up
well,
on,
right?
but I really
So
don't want to
just the
play
space that
anymore.
PRX can
Like, if you saw my
recharge,
games yesterday, I really
changing
don't
up
have the
pits
mood to
towards the
play,
A
so I might
side.
just play a
Something
few,
had he
get off,
stayed on
and watch
yellow, would've
EME.
been seen by the stealth drone. Now
Fuck
there's
it!
an opportunity for a peek.
Valorant will not control my life anymore.
Scopes, but he would have no idea that they've begun to push
That's
up
what I
green,
say, but
so
like...
something is in
I'll play a few,
really
I'll play a
precarious
few.
position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up, enough for him to evade.
Because
He's got teammates now to assist him as well on the side of B. 0 point revealing 3 members actually. Just gonna try and force out plant.
Some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but
I'm gonna watch
it.
it. I don't have perms to watch party yet. I want to watch it.
That's it though.
It's been long since I watched
this
EME.
potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up top.
What the hell?
Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist. And this time, Jemkin deals the death blow. Off to the end, though. It's going to be PRX now, looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up.
I don't know anyone from
them
EME.
go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against PRX.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon.
Also, no, I'm telling you, the only person in this world that can do back-to-back watch parties in a day is Sleegy.
Himself got on top of yellow.
I will recommend you guys to go watch Sleegy, bro. I don't know how he does it. He watches NA, he watches Pacific, he watches EU, bro. I would lose my mind if I consumed that much Valorant. Holy shit.
See that build up nicely for RRQ here to try and close the series.
Yeah, he took Q's watch party, dude.
Up first and foremost.
Holy. Sleeky.
It's getting close to it. Well,
man is holy.
Again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy that drone as Pac-Man. So
I only know, okay, for me, I only know Sleeky that does this kind of thing.
Really early
Hands on the grind, dude. Oh my god.
Something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloudburst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from PRX.
Okay, K-Drill is also another one. He goes like 12 hours in a day.
From the situation if
or
possible.
more.
Batman's got a
like he doesn't even take a break.
By himself here at B.
Oh, it's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's found himself in a pinned down position.
Ooh.
However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a third. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
Does he know that
someone though still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman
But he kind of knows what the hell.
Around. That's a third, a fourth. Petman, what
he
are you
knows.
made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PRX needed it. I thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to snake spite to bail out, but just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location, and he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through.
Oh yeah, the putangina mo. Oh. What do you say?
Let's go.
Everybody's elevated today.
Oh, thankfully he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and PRX will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RQ right now.
Hold on. Okay. We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line, and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for 1. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well, he finds the second kill.
Okay, welcome back.
Guy still desperately looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot.
My bad.
However,
what the hell?
PRX have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way, and it's just Crazy Guy. He's got a Vandal though. Can he find the kills? Gets the first.
He's low as hell
with
though.
the off angle. Toxic screen up as well, allows him to slip back around the backside, and Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the 2 sheriff shots and then the 3rd one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to
let's just go to the last map, bro. This one's cooked.
Starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You look at your hands, you start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in
How
our
people do
hands.
shit like that.
And I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PRX don't
Say,
show any
okay, wait,
signs
what
of
he said?
truly
Come on,
slowing
fucking
down.
bitches.
At least until this
He
op
said
could
that?
be potentially
I'm gonna
eliminated.
rewind
RRQ
later.
trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of
Ain't
diversions
no way
on
he
the
said
tracks
that. What the fuck?
so far for them. But maybe the conductor has
Did he actually?
regained control.
Yeah, I'll rewind
Important
later.
Situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board. Quickly in towards the A side.
Pretty funny.
Still good for 1. Not a double, but Forsaken here, as well as something.
Once again, off from Rafters, right off the get-go. And RRQ, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control, but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PRX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the
No way
office.
he said that, bro.
Just shows depth
That's no
again.
fucking way.
Another op shot punched through.
Okay,
Petman
1v4.
now pushing up.
Wait,
The crazy guy is-
wait. ちょっと待って。
When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just
I wanna
making
hear.
sure that he's not pushing to RRQ. Yeah, he's just...
I don't use that.
6-3.
Was it here?
With the van. Probably shot.
Was it here or before?
However,
Before, right? Before.
because
Wait,
of-
am I high?
Yeah, crazy guy does ultimately. For PRX.
I'm high. I can't find it. I can't find it. I can't find it.
In those scenarios.
Wait.
And that comes out on top of
I'll
the
do it again.
previous quad kill round as well. RQ once
Wait,
again
wait,
back
wait.
into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clack. Hunter's Fury lockdown for PRX. Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Mon yet being one away will be more likely.
I see. What?
Picking that up, or maybe they want to
Touch my
prioritize
mouse,
getting
okay.
the lockdown early and then having Mon yet plant and pit. There's
It's
options
charged,
here for
I think.
RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
I don't
but
really
if you're
have
PRX, you imagine it's
Bernardo
RQ looking
kinda-
for the plant. That's exactly what this double
Reminded me
init
of what happened.
composition is for.
Oh, it's 3-5. Okay, okay.
Post-plant plays. PRX, though, with their
timing.
ultimates, exactly. Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the lockdown. He goes for the spike.
They're respecting
Song
the lockdown
Hunter.
here and then going for a kill instead. So you'll have advantage on this one. And you've now removed Salvos and Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Patman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure out from behind. Something then just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love
Ascent,
that adaptation.
Okay,
from PRX.
wait. Now it's half time. It's half time.
First half in PRX.
Good. Yeah. Scenes are
Down, you're pinned down with him.
You're
2
right.
kills now. Still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. And that's a third, a fourth. Petman, what are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PRX
What
needed
review?
it.
What
I
review?
thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to snake spite
But
to
it wasn't
bail
play
out.
2.
But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location, and he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
Oh wait, bro. Let's go fucking bitches. Come on, fucking bitches. It's crazy, no? Bro. Oh, he's
From
hyped.
Patman.
Wait. He said it with the straightest face I've ever seen, dude. Like, oh, his
Gorgeous
facial
to come through
expression.
from Patman.
Come on, fucking bitches. He said it with such a straight face.
Absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
What is it? He said it with such a straight face. What the fuck? This guy is fucking funny, dude. And he's actually so fucking funny. What the hell?
Would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may
Come
play.
on, fucking
You're gonna feel
bitches.
so uncomfortable. We did
What
have
the
Neff.
fuck? Yo, do that
over
again, do it
China
again.
in the stage cosplay.
What the
But
hell?
back
What is
into
wrong?
the game, and it is PRX
Censor
against
it
RQ.
now, man.
RQ, like
Don't
you mentioned
censor that
before,
shit.
they
That
are a
shit's
team that
legend.
does not go quietly into the night.
Now,
Oh my
everybody
god.
stacked on up. 0 points.
Oh, I
gets
said it with
perfect
such a straight face, I
information.
can't.
Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache though when the score drops. Probably for something.
Not even like a... No, his straight face has like a little frown to it, you know?
Angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag, something at least good for
Wait,
one.
I can't get over that.
It's an even exchange.
What the fuck is that?
Damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Patman. Are they aware of this one? I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube.
That's Pinoy jeans.
Cushy, a little bit
Say
aware
that.
of the scenario at the moment.
The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though. Up around yellow. He gets discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right timing.
Come on, fucking bitches!
Kill into
One
the
more.
site.
Come on, fucking bitches!
Not a single peep. Xpharaoh, the only one left, and he's opting to go through kitchen. Petman's still in position, so...
Can he cook something here, Quack?
Come on, fucking bitches! Come on, fucking bitches!
Right now, nothing
Say it
found.
again.
It's Petman
Say it
who
again,
does
Petman.
the foraging instead. 10-3, PRX. Might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX.
Sorry, was he calling PRX like bitches? Like, come on, bitches? Or what is it?
More needed to push us into that fifth and final
I can't get
map
over
for this
that.
one
That's
in
fucking
Ascent.
amazing.
A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit
It's
is going to
hype
look like for RRQ if they decide that they need to force into the next round. I mean, there's no, you know, plant that goes down for PRX, but there's no real damage that comes through from RRQ.
That brain rot? What was that?
So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the
I don't know.
11-3
Is that some
scoreline.
youngster brain rot? What's going
I
on?
would hope it would be...
What is brr brr
RRQ, though,
patapim?
stacked up correctly
Patapim?
on a...
Yeah,
Patatim.
this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
all in position.
What's going on? I don't get it.
Trying to send out some bombardinos, but it's going to be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something trying to
I
get
don't know what is
some
the Tong
spams,
Tong
but
Sahul.
Of course, with the position so far, RRQ not
Why do they
truly
know
able to
all
find
this?
out
You
too
know
much
what? They're
until Cushy
youngsters.
answers back, but with the submachine guns, PRX are still able
Let's just go
to deliver.
Ascent.
Yeah, there was a Spectre.
The Italian, which one? The Tong Tong or
that one up.
Brim
Gonna be back down
Brim
onto
Brim
the
Brim
Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll
But
see
I don't
what this
do
fight
what they
now
do.
will
I
look
don't
like
know where
for
people get their
RRQ.
memes from.
Down to a
When I
bullet for
log off,
Crazy
when
Guy.
I'm not streaming, I am
Almost feel like they
gone.
have to cut a couple of corners.
Like I go
here to
Netflix,
give
I watch
themselves
my
some
show. I don't
advantages.
go on the internet looking for memes.
Trying to at least...
I barely use TikTok, okay? I use TikTok to look at girls dancing. That's
Slow and
it.
steady.
Like my FYP is just
Feeling a bit
people
of the weight
dancing, bro.
of what's being sent their
And
way
cats,
over
a
at
lot
the
of
A side.
cats.
They're trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Batman's
pretty girls on
position.
there, holy.
Gotta be cared for.
Beginning to turn back around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking the front. You also have Cushy continuing to push out from pipes, but quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark.
We do
Petman.
not speak of League of Legends on this
They
stream.
have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is gonna be really awkward for the timing, isn't it? But he's gonna go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but PRX just continues their steady
Ah,
march
GG
into
ball.
sight. There's only Monyet left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something, though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies?
Do you know about the fucking bitches? Hey!
Oscillating back and forth around the corner. But
Do you know about
Monyet
the
gets
fucking
blink
bitches?
Until Patman once again just silences out the night.
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1
feeling it now after that.
thrice
Holy
over.
shit, dude.
Could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going
Not gonna leave that
PRX's
down,
way.
holy.
And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much
Oh, I gotta
more
look at the
awakened
memes that
on
you
this
guys are
map of
talking about.
Icebox at the moment. It would take a bit of a beast takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback. come forward
Stop!
here.
Bro!
Oh, man.
So we just further
No,
extend
fucking,
that
what is
potentially
wrong with
this time
PRX and
come
the
through
brain rot
RRQ.
memes?
If it is indeed theirs, you assume so.
Today it started with Sikaba boy. Oh, fucking hell,
It's gonna
dude.
take a whole lot, though.
Every single comms in this
Nonetheless,
team, bro.
They've brought themselves this far, Komodo.
As long as they're having
we
fun,
started
I
things
guess.
off not too hot.
I mean,
Hey,
You
Tong
had
Tong
2
Sahul,
OT
I have no
wins.
idea what
look
that
at it
is.
from the outside, right? PRX about
I will search it up
132.
later.
2 OT wins
You guys
for
keep
RRQ
saying that,
where
bro.
PRX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on
Oh,
the
Alex is having fun. The fuck?
potentially 13-3.
You take those.
After that whole shenanigans with
Also smiles across
fucking
the board
idiots,
for
and then using the headphones to smack himself on the head.
Well, you'd hope so.
Having
You
fun
just
now.
hope that they don't falter here and it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back you know, to get a chance at a trophy,
Oh,
right?
I
For
really don't
PaperX
want
to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Wait,
Potentially.
literally called brain rot.
Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now,
a little scary.
neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still looking for whatever
I
possible
think I'm still in
advantage
the
they can
Harlem
find.
Shake era, bro.
Nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit
Like,
earlier.
no.
Change
Anything
of
after
pace,
that, I have no
flash
idea.
dive in. P can see that no one's home, no turret
Oh,
watching
yeah.
the normal cross. So you get an
That's
idea
my
that things
childhood,
aren't
bro.
around the
What do
A
you
side. Now
mean?
it's cemented in stone with the stealth drone not seeing anything. Get your rotations towards B because RRQ need the bodies here to fight.
Decent buys.
Dinosaur,
Crazy guy
that's
close
me.
to an alt. Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time. You've noted the positions. You know exactly where PaperX are. Can you deliver, though? The angle, unfortunately, not quite favoring Cushy for now, as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos, though,
And
allows
this.
RRQ to begin their forward march. The screen up, and it lets
And
Forsaken sneak up behind. He's infiltrated their backs. Jing pushing up as well. Nanosword with a flick of the Shipkin. It's just Xfero who unfortunately will collapse. The fourth map, and it ends with a 13-3 scoreline. Ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series.
That's just a commanding victory to come through from PaperX, isn't it, on this map? A much better idea, a much better cohesive look for them. And just time and time
Oh my
again,
god, now the
RRQ
brick is gonna be
backwards
10
and
years,
forwards with
dude.
Guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PaperX this time in this map. The pistols and the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of the eventual 13.
Oh, we actually made it to all 5 maps.
RRQ,
Help me.
The maps that they're winning here by sliver
Oh,
of
this is
margins.
actually a thing.
Now they have to
Come
try
on,
and
fucking
bring
bitches!
some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're going to have to dig deep.
Sycamore boys,
You're going to have to bring out
Sycamore
everything that you've
boy.
possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
3-0, I know, right? I thought it was gonna be a 3-0 today as well.
He's just locking down the side of B.
Ah, we made it all the way to the
Flanks are
5th map,
looking great
dude.
for team
Holy.
information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PaperX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he? Absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman. Gorgeous to come through from Patman. From Patman.
We should say that, bro.
Let's
Like,
go.
I can't. I think it's funny because of the facial expression, bro. Bro, I can't. What the fuck?
Between RRQ and PaperX, and just look at that scoreline there. PaperX, they are on a roll. I think this is
Come
really
on,
notable
fucking bitches!
for how PaperX snowballed and how
that
they
fucking
steamrolled most
straight-ass
teams
face.
rather than what RRQ did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like PaperX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ have barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for PaperX. So it really feels like when PaperX is
map,
locking in,
Ascent.
they're proving they're kind of the
My
best
humor is broken. Bro, that's funny as fuck. I don't know what you guys are on, but it's the way that he said it is funny as fuck. What the hell?
I think, honestly,
think
the more I'm
Ascent.
starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think
One
they're
more time.
looking for them. It's so well suited
Through
to how they like
from
to play.
Patman.
I think this is shady.
Did you not see his facial expression when he said that?
They got across the board really with those big individual moments like we saw
Oh,
Monia
that's so
light up
funny.
to get those clutches, but past that they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your
Bro,
sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this.
One of the
comp,
funniest
to be
clip
honest.
for
Like,
me.
I don't really.
Jesus
I
Christ.
haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO.
Never
version
enough,
that I've
fucking
seen.
bitches!
I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something like that. Maybe Xfero on the Viper.
My god, my legs
You
are gonna
could,
start
you know,
cramping, dude.
get, a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But That's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them been on
come
all
on,
series.
fucking
I think that's
bitches.
the difference in like the level of consistency and experience. I kind of
Just buffer on my high.
For me, it seems like all of Paper X are on.
You guys prefer YouTube or do you guys prefer?
Yes, he's good for 1. Get out.
Map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really
It's on lags, holy shit. Why is my YouTube so laggy, bro?
Going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where
I don't think you get fined for that.
Again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi walks at it himself as well in one of the press conferences.
For me, my
were
YouTube is lagging as hell, bro.
Because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing op kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think something a huge difference maker on the
I
Jet.
barely use Twitter, dude.
This, first of all, though,
you guys will
is
never
you see
catch
a
me on there.
timeout come out here for RRQ.
But Twitter is where all the drama happens,
to cook
dude.
up a pretty nice play
Maybe
here.
that's why I'm
You
so
see
out of
something
drama.
on the B
I have
on
no idea
info line.
what's
This is what
going
I
on
love
most
about
of the
this
time.
Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on this map from Jing.
Too much
but
reading,
you can
though.
see Pit
I don't
over
like to
on the A
read.
side, and RRQ. At
Can
this
tell.
point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes
Dumb
around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them. When they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is
Are we
because it suits
suddenly
their comp so well, right? So
Karsa?
you're able to
I
send
think he's
Jing
a
forward because he
streamer
can make
on
use of
another
that
platform.
the verticality.
I mean, I know he's a
on that
streamer.
Omen, while
I'm not
something
sure
on
which
the other side
platform
is able
it
to
is.
hold down with the up, which is something he's been so routinely good at.
I know
So it
I
gives
don't
them
think
the
he's on
option for
Twitch.
aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, I think. But a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map.
It's a
And it's
YouTube
right,
problem,
you don't. But it's like if you're going to play Jet,
I
if you're
prefer
going to play
watching
a
it on
duelist,
Twitch.
it's for this.
When
so
it's not
you can get this
720p.
op going, you can dash away when you need to, you can abuse verticality, and when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well.
Okay, that's a very weird thing to come to my stream to say.
King of Icebox, he loves this
What?
map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better
support
combination.
your journey.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin as a duelist is, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of
2-2,
initiating
last game.
infill at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle
Shimmy
those
break, bye-bye,
lines,
guys.
be able to circle jump,
Have a great
have
day.
good movement and things like that.
I'm gonna
That
take a
just
walk.
slows
I-
down
if I have
your
to stick
snowball
here,
on
one-
the attacking
my
side
ass.
so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have and really, really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PaperX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PaperX right now, but RRQ, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on Ascent to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PRX do on this map. They're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp. But again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent.
No, he always jumps on the
waiting
table.
for you to take a side or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack.
Is he here or something?
Always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5,
it's almost been 4
comes
hours.
into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PRX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this, on finals. They are veterans on that final stage, and for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, they've been here, done that so many times. Before. This isn't a team that's fantastic.
I know he's not on Twitch.
Generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work
tomorrow,
into
yes, it's going to be a best of 5.
They're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so
You might as well watch the last game, then take a shower.
PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PRX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ.
You know what? You guys can get a Gumba.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful.
That's because there's no games going on. How long is the break this time?
Jemkin back.
Bro, it feels like we just got a break.
Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
And this is what it all comes down to. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same. Down to Ascent, where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today, with an extra caveat for Forsaken.
All right, last game, let's go.
4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ, their first possible grand finals, or PRX kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something? He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet, though, then to hold, especially with the smoke being propped up.
You got to see RRQ get a pistol round here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it will be well worth its weight in gold. A test towards Divine now.
Yeah, he's going to have to nail every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent chip damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well. Oh, a crazy guy that he's holding down Spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for PRX to set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet, he's killed Patman. Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility as RRQ as well. Forsaken trying to work his way around the smoke. Hunt over, sneaking around lane.
Interesting smoke.
Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13 HP. A tough fight. He will still continue to hold, though, possibly to allow them to expire into the spike, find more ult points. There it is, but the pistol round over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not able to play the corner and get the
Oh
kill.
yeah, I forgot to look up the brain rot.
Site where you get through
I don't know what the hell that
utility,
is.
who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile,
And they have to play so many games in a day.
last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this
Kinda
map.
weird coming
He's
out from
gone
me,
back
huh?
towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talent. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game.
Yeah, but I only play a lot of games because I lose. Did you see my games yesterday? Holy shit! Okay, AFK docs.
Or if something on the outlaw.
Oh, good though. Today is a new day. Today will be new. Today will be okay.
Of Forsaken.
Might not have seen too much though. Jemkin with the game
I don't
crash
want
as
to talk
well,
about
just
it, bro.
continues to elude something for now.
I'm always
They're
crazy,
going to
you know?
be aware of this one. There's no Senti
Oh, good,
util
I'll
to
catch it
watch
up.
for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will be victorious against Patman.
Oh,
the outlaw though.
Can he get anything more? He's looking at the right location.
I'm gonna stop working, no?
On the angle.
Right,
And
you've got
number-
players with haunt around A main, and that
Five
informs that
game.
you know
maximum.
RRQ are somewhere around B.
See you at
but
6
the relay
a.m., bro.
flag again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
The door shut as well, it just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
But if I win all 5 games, I'll stop.
And later into the map.
I'll play until I lose.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something, he might have bought up the Outlaw, but he's not able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we will be waiting to see coming towards something's hands.
When you got one, right?
Get that activated nice and early on the defender side. You'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's
close.
Immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash plate come through. Patman's only got 1 flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities. 3 scanned. Ooh. Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we can see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel.
Of course I did.
Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment.
Bro, not every day
very well be an explosive
I will ever have someone writing a sign for me, man. Gotta keep everything
better
good.
of it are RRQ.
Taking their time with it. And this is where, as PRX, you're also possibly thinking about Crazy Guy on a lurk again. I mean, that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as PRX that you've got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear, and this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just Forsaken being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still, though, decent kills, and Xfero will make his way into the site. I've got Patman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns.
Spike. Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene. And from Boathouse. Both players from PRX still pinned down, and with that flash, all of a sudden, their sight's been robbed. RRQ with the bonus.
Yeah, there's a bit of disconnection from PRX. It feels like they're
disconnection.
You've got a 2 versus 3 scenario.
They disconnected.
To save off any aggression.
Did not hear the custer
Early as well as Devi. And
they had a disconnection, bro.
Getting in towards the side itself as well. You're paranoid.
It's not me. It's not me. They disconnected.
Is active for a little off angle from Xfero catching Patman just jumping across, and it's a better paranoia that comes through from Monyet, who is playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's
timeout anyways.
From RRQ immediately called for a timeout as PRX because that
calm your ass down.
Happens from beginning to end. I mean, PRX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage. And it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
Yes or yes?
Rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy. This time was Monyet.
The king of valor, the god of...
Something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
I was reading that. What?
For sure.
I was still on the second line, bro.
This timeout is going to result in for PRX.
Right then.
Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
What? I don't know.
Oh, it's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as PRX.
Oh, it's so cold.
Smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs and a Bucky for Forsaken. Unfortunate for something.
Device to pick up where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out. Now the information with the hat removed.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but
baited.
That's what that clone does.
Yep. Good counter. Always going to be a thing.
The flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a second kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. RRQ with the spike plant. PRX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more.
Are we cooked?
Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up. Yeah. RRQ 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in with something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin.
I jinxed it. I didn't even say anything.
Potency.
I just said, are we cooked? What do you mean?
So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well. Now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out, but they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the fort of mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
If you're PRX, beginning to
he didn't see the corner.
Really uncomfortable right now. Yeah,
doesn't matter though.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter
I will blind.
Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing, though, is the off angle that Jemkin is holding, and he springs out at the right time. Still, though, something managing to eliminate Monyet, which allows for the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Patman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more. Defy, only good for 1.
Okay, hey, just don't get 13-0, bro.
Another round win.
Yeah, PRX just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed
Let's
all
not
of
do
those
that.
audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PRX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for PRX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ, meanwhile, are just happy to rush it over onto the A side where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PRX has no earthly clue.
Okay.
A quad kill pulled out from nowhere.
All right.
And it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a Seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill, right? If those 2 little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PRX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Not only is he translating Coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PRX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site relegated, and RRQ will plant their flag firmly down.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though, and it just blocks everything off. PRX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge, straight back into Wine. PRX, they have some numbers though.
No command.
Also at least we go to Patman dodges the shot through, and it's Xfero now off from the top of hell, and PRX have noted his position. The numbers front back once again.
Okay, at least not a 13-0.
Needed from PRX here to have just any substance in this map. Dropping the Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. You bait out, if you can call it a bait out, the Armageddon, it really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves to make the best out of the pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time.
What the hell do you mean on my soul?
See what the differences look like from PRX.
Are you betting my soul?
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet
no,
for sure is that they have
I reject.
To continue going for some of these
what
fights.
The
Prowler
fuck?
again to contend with
Do that? No.
Yeah, it's just gonna
I reject.
make it feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Or to at least alleviate a possible lurk.
Yeah, needs to call for his team to smoke out middle so he can get out.
As if I ever had my soul anyways. Where do you think my soul has been ever since I started playing this goddamn game?
But this is the mid-rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the offline. Does he get the Spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwinds?
I think he's going to mark for B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him. And with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info. So he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy Guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something.
Hi,
know that they're that close. It's a clone.
Bro,
it's a hunt as well.
is killing me.
Jemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. Snuck himself in towards the logs, but the jewels start to come out in the trades as well.
And it's Forsaken with a little bit more. Patman all the way out from spawn.
Wait, what? Wait.
Triple kill, and it just mows every single RQ player.
We did say we didn't want a 13-0.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that
took
one,
whatever,
man.
Holy shit.
I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the
Wait, what did he
fights
say again?
this time?
Come on, fucking bitches!
Better than a couple of rounds ago.
Thank you for the 6 months.
Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. But Patman through the smoke, a great flash drive, great shots to come through. Come on.
Say it, Patman, say it. Damn it.
We need the hype.
He's locked in. He needs more rounds before he truly hypes up.
Oh, he didn't say his line. That's his line now.
8 kills up right now. 6 for Patman. Always Hugh still in the lead.
Always seeing the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for RRQ? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
And that's where Xfero also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market.
The only time we will have a PRX versus staff team is when I think like another bundle comes out.
Sees as well the flash.
The pro players don't have time for us.
Oh, this is the spike down bottom mid.
Gotta
so
practice.
Either you're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B site where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Door shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot you would assume.
But too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone. Crazy Guy to mark the back as well, and it just buys further time. RQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PRX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just Xfero inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the arc rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double peek! Divide, unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ
got
right back the round.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently in approach. PRX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again. So the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Batman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes PRX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated. And it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play.
Oh, if he got the shot.
Situation, but PRX continues to try to spray themselves forward until
it's not looking good,
they're gonna have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone.
I would say GG go Nyx, but there is no Nyx for now.
Concede this one. We've seen pace changes
Next time
for
you'll
RRQ
see
when you've got that dimensional drift. How often does that just be, you know, kind of the bail and end all into a site like A,
right?
when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury,
you've
got salvos too, there's not a lot of places that you can hide as PRX.
Finals, yeah, I mean, yeah, finals.
That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice.
Like gaming non-stop.
But it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PRX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
Voice line, bro.
I was going to say, the timeout for PRX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent, defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in
they're looking
bit of
tired as hell, bro.
For that second map.
I'm tired.
That they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right?
Why?
In the lead. This time,
Mindfreak is the second coach,
the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat.
Kind of cool, no? He can put that in his resume.
We've seen B
if ever needed, he could put that in his resume.
The operator on the line.
He learned from the best.
You know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with PRX in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ
playing professionally and playing rank is like a different mindset.
On an overtime scenario, it's PRX.
One is stressful and one is depressing.
It's always been RRQ that's kind of in the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main, and Xfero dispatches of Forsaken. The Hunter's on for something as well.
Just when I thought PRX was equipped in for this round, they immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ has swarmed the site.
Oh, do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4. You've got no money. You've got not the greatest weapon. There's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well. Jing, he's been spotted. Xer beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now. The time
There's a
working
drone.
against him. He swaps to a
My
weapon,
goodness.
and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe. Very well, maybe. That's the timeout, the PRX call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, B main controllers I'm speaking about, PRX have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for PRX. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent a Haunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some Prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business, I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall in towards B. Forsaken trying to do his best to hold it down. The burst is great. Defy as well out from backside. And it's just crazy, guys. The late
he knows.
Completely dismantled. But he will still be able to eliminate Jake
It's a
for
1v.
the
Okay.
least.
9-3, not the worst, bro.
So it's
Not
not
the fucking worst.
PRX able to scratch one right
Not
back
the best
against
too,
RRQ.
but you know what I mean.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse is gonna be real.
Nah.
PRX.
Wait, no, I have to say yes in this scenario, no?
In this one, because so far RRQ.
But the 9-3 curse is it's so 2020, 2020,
movement around the map.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Supporting themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half.
2022.
3 more extra. They dropped 3, yeah, sure.
Not in 2010.
But they are in pole position here to get into that grand
pretty
final.
girl.
Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
Smokes for sure, what the hell? Imagine playing smokes and never smoking is insane.
Smoke off sites. At least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
I mean, we do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke, and you have to
Are they
adapt.
siblings or dating, you think? Okay, alright, wait.
Probably the duelist.
Got it. Thanks for the answer, I guess. I think, I'm not sure. What? I'm confused.
Disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go in entry if you play duelist.
What does
Go
that
in smoke
mean?
if you play controller.
Yeah, it still could be
everything
siblings, no?
We'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was
I'm
perfectly
guessing
set
they're
up by
dating.
RRQ.
I
Now
don't, would
they're
you
on
go
defense.
with your sister or
This
brother
is such an
to a
important
Valorant
round.
event?
The stats will not matter
PRX need it.
if
Regardless.
RRQ get the pistol.
I thought, yeah.
If you get the pistol, then
I thought I was about to
This could
show
be
like a
over.
ring on her finger or something like that. But then again,
see.
that's the wrong hand.
How nervous are PRX
God.
coming in towards this pistol? And they
Yeah,
shrug it
probably
off,
dating.
going into their attacking side. Slow and steady.
They're engaged.
In the
Good for them
middle.
then.
Cleared out by the stealth drone.
the drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PRX clearing out A little bit, begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards the switch as well in case we have something
F3
fast
on
from
B, bro.
or something.
And the wire.
Oh, and the 3 from RRQ. Able to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good
Ascent.
spam.
Quite
Maybe someone who
likely the
plays towards
opposite.
CT, if it's smoked
Oh,
off,
sure.
can still pepper some bullets there.
That's why our defense.
We
didn't do very well.
Split push instead. Crazy guy. He's
And now we're attacking, so
30
it's like.
seconds to go. It's going to end up being RRQ have 4 here.
Yeah, exactly. With the trips again as well.
There's the
Up
trip.
around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. Defy though. The trades have to be good, and PRX just continue to waterfall into
What
the
the
side.
fuck?
Look at Jemkin and how
He was
slippery
moving.
he is. Backed into safety.
They got to get the plant and the salvos.
Or
They
not.
can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally,
Oh,
it goes
2v1.
down, and it's just crazy guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. He just lets time
PRX never
reset.
used to hold. We're just not comfortable on
Play
it.
high-low at the moment. They could
We're more
lose
comfortable
their
on other
lives.
agents? I don't know.
They are.
Crazy guy. Does he have the shots though? Just the head onto Petman. And Forsaken with the crouch. The high-low still supports PRX.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets
Imagine.
headshot, the Ghost Bullet, does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PRX still go into the B site. There's
What is
no
this reaction time?
to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up.
Awkward.
Back into B.
Awkward team flash, what could have been? Anti-flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But, hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xferro as well. Just the pistols, though.
What are you guys
As much
yapping
as
about?
possible. Back in for the little peeks, though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here.
Oh, he's so
All the
fucking
utility
cooked.
go his way. Fragment and Thorns.
The spams just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos, though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal, just happy to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's two, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is where we get the guns in possession for
If we win
RRQ,
bonus, I say we
and
win the
this
game.
is
If we
where
don't win bonus,
really
I'ma eat
start
some
to
ass.
see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They
Hey,
afford
Ben, you want
themselves
one?
9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know,
What?
a chance for PRX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for RRQ, right? How long does it take them to recognize what PRX are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time again?
But yeah, we just gotta
Not
get
too
bonus.
much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push.
Then
given
I'll
the
say
guns,
it's over,
but
we
now
won.
you got to really slow
Oh yeah,
things
how about we
down.
just buy the Odin, bro?
Odin being fired off as well. PRX now aware.
Buy man
Slowing things
Odin,
down
what's the
are
worst that can
gonna work
happen?
a treat for RRQ
On the
as well,
tag.
because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos
I
put
wonder
at
if
the
that would
right
ever work.
time.
If you put all 5 of them on
IKM
Odins and they
again,
just run it
spot
down
some
onto
early
site.
information. Though
Probably get one
currently
tab and
crash
sayonara.
for Jemkin towards
Yeah.
the A site where his locale is anyway. So it currently would be a retake scenario if PRX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xferro as well as Cushy. Again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough.
0 Point is calling for a rotate with Tree not occupied in its entirety. Crazy Guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it may very well be a bit of a retake scenario.
PRX have managed to slip through. What a lineup from Patman. The trip being noted as well. Devi slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done. Watching for the angles though. The door's been broken. Devi, oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault, but Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being set through by the Omen, and it's just Patman trying to receive contact, but RQ proves to be overwhelming.
Bonus round going the way
In this
of
case, I
RRQ.
think it
They
might
came
be,
into it with a better gun, so PRX only some damage for their bonus round. Double
What
digits
is...
achieved for RRQ.
Well, coming off a 3-13 game,
Waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xferro to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team to back him up as well.
One more here.
Trade's working out a treat, holding numbers advantages.
What deal? My
Now we'll
god,
get
you
the full
guys
proper
take
buy to
things
come out
too
from PRX,
literal,
backed up
dude.
by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How
I say I'm
stellar has
gonna
RRQ been
kill
when
your
that
ass. You
ability is
really
in
think I'm gonna
play?
do it? My god.
Especially for a potential retake. PRX though. Position, a quick nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree super quick, but kind of
Fucking
held at bay
annoying.
at the moment. Xferro at the glass.
Ooh. almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PRX breaking their way into the A side. The Odin eliminating to 5 back in though, but not able
Never
to
mind
take
then,
out
okay.
Crazy Guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Whatever makes you happy.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from main, and PRX out of position. Cushy for the kills. It's a double that ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash to come out at the end from Jemkin as well. Patman completely
5
blinded.
maps
No,
for
actually,
this
Jemkin's got his through. It's a self-blind.
5 maps.
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind coming out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info utility and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11 to 5 now, Komodo. You're running out of chances, and this could be RRQ's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on.
The train might stop
12
now.
is the name of the game.
Taking a pause, bro. Even the train needs some servicing. We'll be back in Toronto.
Another one found. Then for the trips to come back in online, PRX trying to recover.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PRX.
Honestly, I might not watch finals tomorrow.
I'm gonna
just lay back, relax, watch it on my own pace.
Monyet, try and find Patman.
You guys have fun
Damage
though.
done, though.
Been watching almost all the games so far.
Teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check.
Straight into tilt Q. Say less! Unless we win today, I'll do variety tomorrow.
This round as
if I win my games.
Patman, if
No,
he was
don't
able
talk to me.
find one, that would be great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely.
Why lie like that is crazy, you know? What do you mean lie?
Want to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from RRQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades takes down Jemkin. Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken.
Wait, he died to the missile! This guy's getting so many kills!
IGL leading from the front!
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at them all stacked up inside a spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be series point. Tries to get ahead of it, but there is no chance at all.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for PRX to win. It feels like 12 to 5 series point. What does Pilsky know?
Right, I guess we bring the train back to its servicing. Where do you service a train? I don't know, bro. There.
Here, 2 victories in overtime.
What happened?
2 clean ones from PRX. Is this where
5 maps for this?
derailed?
Oh god!
Smashing into the mountain.
Train yard?
Just might be.
Goodbye, Toronto is crazy. No, we're still going to Toronto!
Points.
What do you mean, goodbye, Toronto?
It's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The
What do you
weaponry
mean?
not too great
Guys,
in this
calm
round
down.
either.
We're still going. We're still going.
Flash over, some space around the middle.
We're still
Jemkin
going.
looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment.
All good, all
Will be
good, all
bailed
good,
out
all
by
good.
Xfero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there, weathering through the suppression.
Microbanks, nope.
Just skedaddle